Pandya in once again. That one is driven through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot from Harry Tector. Here he is, Imran Malik once again. That is short, and it's hooked out towards deep square leg for 6. What a shot from Harry Tector. Here's Akshar Patel once again, wide, half volley, smashed to the extra cover boundary for 4.
2 balls left of the over. Full toss, flayed away, all the way. 6 runs from the batter of Tector.
Harry Tector top scored for Ireland in the first T20 international on Sunday with an unbeaten 64 from 33 balls, with 6 4s and 3 6s, including that one that was hooked over square leg. That delivery was timed at 145 kilometres an hour, 88, 89 miles an hour from the prolific Imran Malik. We hope to see more of him. We only bowled 1 over in the first game, and it went for 18, including that hooked 6. There was a very special moment as well after the game when Harry Tector made the unbeaten 64. He was presented with by Hardik Pandya with one of his handcrafted bespoke bats, and I must say Hardik Pandya is a delightful ambassador in many ways. He's not only a gloriously talented and exciting cricketer, he's a wonderful ambassador. And sure, there may have been a touch of PR about that, but, you know, it seemed very genuine, very spontaneous, and he spoke really quite glowingly about, hopefully it helps him get an IPL contract.
Yeah, I think, as I said in the last, on a day before yesterday when we were doing the game on Sunday, that he's a completely revived and changed person. You would think so, because obviously, as you said, there was a lot of negative PR, and that happened because they attended a show which was hosted by one of the Bollywood guys. And both KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya attended the show, and a lot of things were said which was quite derogatory, and probably that's one of the main reasons, and they were also penalized for that by the BCCI. Both Hardik and KL Rahul, more so Hardik Pandya, and that really dented his reputation in India massively. And I think what he has tried to do since he's become the captain of Gujarat Titans, that he's shown everyone in India and around the world that he's really worked hard on his personality and his reputation and everything, and came out there as a leader, did a wonderful job captaining their side, winning the IPL, which is huge. And you can see the change in him, the way he's talking, the way he's carrying himself, not just on the field, out of the field as well. And since then, obviously, he's got married, he's had a child, and that has probably helped him a lot as well. So I think, again, everything he's doing now is quite spontaneous. It's nothing to just please the crowd or anything of that sort. It's just genuine, and which is great to see that what he's doing out there, with not just as a cricketer, as an ambassador as well.
I must say this tour of Ireland, if we can call it a tour, it's only 220 internationals, internationals which are critical to Cricket Ireland, who stand to make as much as $1 million, which will keep the game going in that country for years and years to come, and they can even grow and develop it. That reflects massively well on the BCCI for committing the team to go to Ireland. Also, I have it on very good authority that playing conditions were not 100% fit on Sunday, even when we had that 12-over game, and that both captains had to agree to play in conditions that were, according to the umpires, not strictly fit. And Hardik Pandya and coach BVS Laxman, who's standing in for Royal Dravid, were out with the umpires in between the showers at every available opportunity, and they made it abundantly clear that they were there to play cricket and that they would do so as long as the umpires allowed them to. Massive credit to them.
You've got to give a lot of credit. And BVS Laxman, I think the reputation precedes him. He's been one of the most genuine cricketer, and I've been very fortunate to spend a bit of time with him, know him personally. One of the nicest person you can meet in the cricket fraternity, really. And I think the message was loud and clear. They understood that how important this tour is for Cricket Ireland, and if they had any opportunity to make the game happen, they would have done it, and that's exactly what they did. And as you said, a lot of credit should go to both Hardik Pandya and BVS Laxman and the BCCI, that they just didn't want to turn up to please people. They made sure that they're giving some good cricket as well, which will inspire a lot of probably generations to come in Ireland, and also the community will be helped through this. So I think, all credit, kudos to both of them.
Sanju Samson will open the batting for India. I know we spoke a lot about this on Sunday, particularly when we were waiting 2 hours for the game to get underway. But just explain again to some of our listeners who may be slightly confused about the two Indian squads, the one in Ireland and the one in England, because of course the 5th Test match, suspended from last summer, starts on Friday at Edgbaston in Birmingham. So there are 2 Indian teams on the go.
Yeah, and we discussed it in details, didn't we, that this might be the future. This might be where top 3 or 4 nations who can have 2 sides at the same time will probably do that, where a team will be playing Test match in India and another team might be traveling to a different part of the world to play T20s and one days. And that could again become a norm. And BCCI has openly said, BCCI Secretary Jay Shah, that in the future we are looking to play bilateral series in 2 different countries where we'll be playing with a test squad and there will be players who will go and play the shorter format. And India can afford to do that because they've got that bench strength. I think if they want, they can probably have 3 teams traveling at the same time, the amount of people they have in their ranks. And we said it, that you cannot point a finger in any of these players and say that they don't deserve to play for India, because all of them have performed heavily in domestic cricket. Their massive performance in the IPL. So, I mean, it's justified that 30 or 35 odd cricketers are getting an opportunity to represent the nation for India. And as soon we will see that with Australia and maybe with England. England are doing that. They were playing Test cricket, and at the same time they were playing one day's T20 against Netherlands. So it's not that it's not been done.
So Ireland have a squad of 14 for these 2 games. Why did India take 17? I mean, is it so that guys like Umran Malik can spend time with other international players?
I think it's more to do with COVID, really. More than anything else, I think it's to do with COVID, because Rohit Sharma, as we know, that he's got COVID and he's not certain. They flew Mayank Agarwal for the Test match. I don't think Mayank should be opening for India. But if they have somebody in the squad, they should use him. I think it's more, as I said, it's more for COVID rather than travelling with a bigger squad.
Let's talk Bhuvneshwar Kumar for a while. 2 years ago, he was out of the game for quite a long time, wasn't he? He had a series of injuries and niggles. He's another player that you know particularly well. And people did begin to wonder whether not necessarily whether he would come back, because he was only 30 and he's only 32 now, but whether he would ever regain his... Yeah. I mean, he's as close as you get to a mystery bowler who isn't a spinner. Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, again, he's worked really, really hard, and with those injuries, we know the career can be shortened very easily for any professional sportsman, not just cricketers. But credit goes to him for all the hard work, all the hours he's put in to get fit, and not just get fit, to try and come back to the same Bhuvneshwar Kumar we all used to watching. Playing for India and playing in the IPL. He had an exceptional IPL in this year, and then again a brilliant tournament with South Africa, bowled exceptionally well, and in the first match we all saw what he did in Ireland as well. So I think he is back in form, he's in full fitness, which is great news for Indian cricket. Craig Young said after the first game on Sunday that he said we know we're good enough, and we stood toe-to-toe with India for 80% of the match. My question to you is that what the smaller team should be trying to do? I mean, I posed this question to Peter Seelar, the Netherlands captain, and I said, if you stand toe-to-toe with England, or attempt to, over 50 overs, I know it's a different story, then you will lose. Surely, you don't want to try and stand toe-to-toe. You want to try and trip your opposition up, or get behind him, or ambush him somehow. Don't try and stand toe-to-toe with an Indian team at over 20 overs. They need to be clever, don't they? They need to come up with an ambush plan.
I mean, it's very difficult to come up with an ambush plan with such strong sides. I mean, Netherlands could have tried anything against England in those 50 overs. The only way they were winning that game if they batted for 50 and England batted for 30 overs. Maybe they had a chance.
Would have lost.
Maybe, as I said, maybe they had a chance where they were given 50, England only to bat 30 overs, maybe they had a chance to win. But if you give 50 overs to both sides, they're not going to win many matches. Same with T20. I mean, T20 you have a better chance because we all know that one or two players on their day can win you the game, and they can be a difference between winning and losing against a top side and one of the not such a strong side in international cricket. But yeah, when it comes to 50 overs, it's very hard to win games against such strong teams.
Peter Silo agreed, by the way. He said, no, we're not going to try. We're not going to try and play them at their own game or stand toe to toe with them. We will try and do something a bit different. If an opportunity presents itself, we have to be ready to take it. Talking of taking opportunities, the players are making their way out to the middle. The Irish team are actually out there. The Indian openers are on their way, and it does indeed look like Sanju Samson he is indeed. Sanju Samson will be opening the batting alongside Ishan Kishan, and to take you through the first 5 overs, he'll be with Kath Dalton and John Norman.
Unless I assume that cheer was for Kath.
Of course. I get the crowds in, John, that's what it is.
And there is another good crowd in. I'm delighted to say for the second T20, and sun as well. It was a rarity on the first T20. Well, certainly at the start of proceedings, we were delayed by quite some time, but on the point the Indians came out to bat, the sun came out to watch, I suppose. This is the team to watch, isn't it? Ishan Kishan, as well as Sanju Samson. He's a hugely popular guy within Indian cricket, isn't he? A feeling he hasn't been given quite the run that his talents deserve, but he's given the opportunity today and opening as well. I mean, everybody wants to be an opener these days, Kath.
Yeah, and power hitting up front is going to be the key for this Indian side. Two very, very good players. It's going to be difficult for Mark Adair taking the new ball here, but we saw the new ball swing on Sunday, so if he can get it to shape around and hit that back of the length, he might just make it a little bit more challenging for them.
Yes, he was expensive. First over on Sunday went for 15. Kishan took a liking for the bowler, but he's got an opportunity to come back and make inroads early, and that's really what Ireland need. Well, I suppose it's what any team needs, isn't it, in T20. First delivery, cut away. Wow, I say cut, I might be being slightly kind to the batter. This was an outside edge which has flown past first slip and away for 4.
Interestingly, no third man in place there, so if he does bowl outside off stump, beautiful seam position on that. A little bit of shape away, but if he cuts it, anything he throws his hands at is just going to race away for 4.
Yeah, there's one fielder out at deep point. We'll have a little look to see where the other player is, but as soon as that bisected the fielder at gully and first slip, away it goes for 4. So 1 ball in, India 4 without loss. On the pads this time, and flicked nicely by Sampson it is, for a single. So the 2 fielders out at deep point and at deep square leg. Sampson at 5 not out, and Kishan just about to have his first bat. I think he's down as wicketkeeper today, actually, Kishan.
He's getting his money's worth, isn't he?
Well, we are. Well, somebody is. But Dinesh Karthik had the gloves in the first T20. There is a feeling, maybe Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, when he's back on comms duty, might be able to expand a little on this, but essentially Rishabh Pant is with the test squad in England. Dinesh Karthik, as Adair is in to the left-handed Kishan, who gets on top of this, rides a bounce and cuts away. No timing though, gets off the mark and moves to 1. He's 1 and the score 6 without loss. Yeah, there's some conjecture about who will hold the gloves in the World T20 that's taking place at the end of the year. Feeling actually Rishabh Pant might miss out altogether.
Yeah, there is that feeling, and that's how competitive this India side is, that anybody can come in and take your place. But Samson, I think, is a superb player. So, and Ishan Kishan here in the power play. So both very good players, and it's just a competitive squad. On the pads again to the right hand is Samson. Paul Sterling at first slip, standing very wide. If he was standing there for the first shot, it would have gobbled it up, but he wasn't. He was a bit narrow and a bit nearer to the keeper. So another run to the score. I suppose in the modern game you need as many different tricks as you can. Everybody wants to play at the top of the order. Everybody knows that if you could keep wicket as well,
you know, that just adds to your appeal, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you've got two strings to your bow, as they say, it makes you much more easy to pick.
Fifth ball of the first over, bowled by Mark Adair, and it's no run with that Keishan defensive. And this is a much better start for Ireland, despite the 4 first ball. As long as Adair can get out the over without conceding a boundary to the final ball, well, I think he would have taken that at the start of the game.
Absolutely, he's hit his lengths much better today to start with. He was a little bit all over the place on the last game, so he's learnt from that and coming back a lot stronger here.
Yeah, the first ball was a touch of width, wasn't it? Everything else has been gun barrel straight, and again on the pads of the left-handed Keishan. Clips the ball, fine leg up inside the circle, and India, after an over, winning the toss, deciding to bat here on talkSPORT 2, 8 without loss.
Yeah, that was a much calmer over from the power play that we saw on Sunday. That swing, Mark Adair got some lovely swing there. If Ireland can use that to their advantage, they have a slip in place, as we said. If they can use it to their advantage, pick up some early wickets with Josh Little coming on with his left arm seamers. You just never know. I think India will be targeting 50 plus in this power play, and the power play is so important, as we know, in T20 cricket.
Absolutely. Josh Little, who debuted against England. Debuted? You know what I'm talking about. Been a long day, Kath. Been a long day. Took 4 for 45 on debut against England. And he's certainly got some skills. He's about to bowl his first delivery of the match. Left arm over the wicket, bounce there. And Keishan tops the ball out to the offside and comes through for a single at 9 without loss.
Yeah, this pitch has got a bit of bounce in it, hasn't it? If you hit your back of the length area, that top of off, it's still difficult to play. Two very talented players obviously at the crease, but you hit your area and you bowl your best ball as Josh Little just did there. They can't score off it. I think Ireland have set a very good field here as well. They've got their men out in the right places at the moment.
Just a question of whether Ireland can bowl to that field or whether India take the field out of the equation. Haven't seen any big hits yet.
I'm sure there'll be a few in store very soon.
Yeah, it's also the conditions will suit Ireland. You're absolutely right. It is sunny, but there's a wind just whipping across the ground. As Little is in, and again, no width whatsoever, and Sampson sent back. So much more accurate, probing start to the T20 tonight than we saw this afternoon, than we saw on Sunday. But I mean, the first T20 was seriously cold, isn't it? I think I was reading that Virendra Chahal, who was a player of the match, was wearing 3 jumpers. Doesn't quite look that balmy today, but still, you've got to make those conditions count in your favour, because the Indians haven't been in Ireland for long. And they're not going to be used to this. Little again. There is a touch of width given to Sampson, but circumspect with that shot. And a surprise there, because you would have thought he would have really thrown his arms at that. It would have been relatively safe, playing into the ground. Instead, just almost picked out the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Normally we would see him throw his hands through that and race away to the boundary, but with that shape that Josh Little's getting, maybe it was a little bit risky. It's coming back into him, and that wind across the ground, as you said earlier, that's also adding to that swing.
And Sampson knows he's going to make it count. Shorter and swatted straight down the ground. Almost a pull shot, really, but the wrist that directed the ball past the fielder at wide-ish mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. And that's the first time that Ireland have emerged with length, essentially, although the line was also a little bit wide.
Yeah, a little bit too short there from Josh Little and has got punished. We call those shots a pull drive. Looks like he was trying to pull it, but it ended up hitting through mid-on. So just little bit too short there. Excuse the pun. Little too short.
Yeah, every time you have to explain your own joke. Kath. Defended back again, takes out the fielder at mid-on this time, Sampson. 10 not out from 7 deliveries. Keishan, who had an electric start on Sunday, really got the crowd to its feet. 3 from 4. That delivery there is essentially the template that Ireland have stuck to apart from that last delivery. The delivery before that one. So let's see how Little gets out of this over Five runs coming from it. India 13 without loss. Little is in. Wraps Sampson on the pads. There's a shout for wicket, but that was more to get the batter back into the crease, which he does do despite the bowler throwing down the stump. So 2 overs in. India decided to bat first, 13 without loss.
And there's nothing amazing that Ireland are doing here differently. They're just hitting that slightly shorter of a length, and it's making it difficult for these two Indian batters first up. They haven't got off to such a flying start as they did on Sunday. And it just shows you for any young fast bowlers out there, if you just hit your area with a little bit of swing, it can make it difficult. The challenge is doing it often enough.
Well, also the problem that Ireland have got is it's very unusual now for the same two bowlers. In fact, it's almost unheard of. The same two bowlers do not bowl out the power play. Very often there's 4 or 5 of them. There is in and down the track and caught behind, trying to smash the bowler Kishan over long, and he's taken the edge, and the keeper's done the rest. India lose their first wicket. They're 13 for 1.
And richly deserves this by Mark Adair. He just bowled magnificently so far in his spell. Little fine nick. I feel like that was a shot out of frustration actually more than anything else from Ishan. Used his feet, came down the track, but didn't quite get hold of it, and he goes for 3.
Wow, that's excellent bowling from Ireland. Just 2 boundaries, one apiece for the first 2 overs. I think you're right, Kath. There was a little bit of got to get on with things now. It's not a 12-over game like Sunday. It's a 20-over game. That doesn't mean you can allow the Irish just to bowl to you for the power play. India won't be targeting 60 or 70 for the first 6. They'll probably feel that they have enough. They've got 50-55. But I think there's double pressure, not just within the game, but this is an India side made up of players who know that they don't get too many opportunities, and essentially they can't be seen that to be protecting their wicket. They've got to get on with things. That's what happened there, and Kishan loses his wicket.
Not at all. You can't face lots of dots, particularly in the power play. The power play is the situation you have to go for shots. You have to find those boundary balls as much as possible, and if you can build up dots as the fielding side, as the bowling unit, then you know you're on top. And as we said, that was just a frustrated shot, and it gets the wicket.
Kishan was out playing across the line on Sunday, and he's out playing across the line today as well. And that brings Huda to the crease, who opened the batting on Sunday. Whilst the scoreboard will tell you he did really well, as Adair is in. He's pitched up on the pads of Huda, plays to mid-on. It did take a while to get going, didn't he? Certainly his feet all over the place for the first 10 deliveries or so, and then as the game eased, partly because of what the Kishan had done, started to relax a little bit and play his shots. But there might be a little bit of pressure on the batter here.
Yeah, he had an innings of 2 halves. He started off a little bit scratchy, and we thought maybe he's finding this a little bit too challenging. But then when he got going, boy did he get going.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in full again. So just pitching it up slightly and defending from his own bowling. Again, this is good stuff from Ireland.
Magnificent stuff. They definitely using that swinging ball that we saw India use so well in the first innings of the last T20, and getting that shape, hitting your area, hitting that back of the length, which we've been saying. They're finding it challenging to get away here so far.
What that will do as well for Ireland, it's whoever comes in next, this is what we're talking about, the start of the over, because they will have to change things up possibly in the next over, certainly for the fifth, you'd imagine. Just means that they can come into this attack not feeling like they're under extreme pressure. 13 for 1, chipped up just in front of the fielder at mid-on by Huda. Yet to get off the mark. He's faced 3 deliveries now, and this is following a pattern from what we saw on Sunday with the batter.
It just looks like they're struggling to time anything at the moment. We've had a couple of boundaries, but not many that have been clean hits so far. It looks like there's maybe the pitch is just sticking a little bit. Obviously, it is shaping around, as we said, but they are struggling to time the ball.
I mean, it's not hooping around, though, is it? They're on the pads again. This is hit nicely past the fielder and actually starts to speed up towards the boundary at mid-wicket. There's two fielders converging, and Young throws the ball back in. 2 runs to Huda. He gets off the mark. The score 15 for 1.
Yeah, it's not shaping around massively, but that one just came off the seam and came back in, actually. He's trying to get it to shape out Markader, but sometimes it does hit the seam and it can go in either direction, which is a bit of a nightmare as a batter. But they have struggled, and there hasn't been that many massively aggressive shots just yet, which shows how well Ireland are bowling just now. So be interested to see what they do in the next couple of overs.
Well, 1 ball left of the 3rd over, and few would have seen this scoreline. 15 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2, as it's banged in, and Huda says thank you very much for that, and helps the ball up and over the boundary. And that was again a bowler just erring in terms of the line, and he's been punished. And the length, 21 for 1.
What a magnificent shot this is. Absolutely wonderful shot. A bouncer really by Markader that he's got wrong, and he's just lifted that for 6, just effortless. That's the first one we've seen timed that well so far today. It's 79 metre 6. Great shot, and that gets your innings going. If you hit a boundary, you feel like you're less under pressure, though he's faced quite a few dot balls so far. If you get that first boundary away, you just start to relax as a batter, and that's when the runs can flow a little bit easier.
Yeah, and the scorecard suddenly looks a little bit more positive, doesn't it? Young is going to bowl his first over, so we have seen the first bowling change. It was Craig Young who took 2 wickets in 2 balls, removing Kishan. And then Yadav, first ball on Sunday, and he's in there, right arm over the wicket, clipped nicely by Sampson, who hasn't faced a lot of deliveries in the last over or so. And he adds a single to the score. But yeah, that shot at the end of the 3rd over, just a little bit of a reminder of really what Ireland are up against today. Yeah,
and if you get it slightly wrong against these world-class international batters, you get put away, and you get put away for 6.
Oh, and a no ball has been called from that first delivery from Craig Young as well. So a free hit coming up.
Yeah, a big no ball as well. It wasn't just over the line, it was quite a bit over the line. I think he bowled a no ball on Sunday as well, so something that he might need to just keep an eye on.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? It was the last ball of the over where he took 2 wickets. And I think that last ball might have gone for a boundary as well, so it was an expensive end to that over. Free hit coming up here on talkSPORT 2. 23 for 1. It's Huda that moves across the crease and tries to help this ball up and over square leg. Can only really get a toe end or a leading edge on the bat, and pops into the outfield and come through for a single. So not too much damage done there.
No, and everyone loves a free hit normally. You think this is going to be a big 6, but that one was completely mistimed. And I didn't see it clearly enough, but potentially a slow ball there by Young that just meant he mistimed his shot.
Classic off drive rather, and you can add 4 to the score. That's an absolutely beautiful punched drive from Sampson. I mean, you don't need to overhit the ball when you can play like that.
What a lovely shot this is. Beautiful shot, right out of the textbook. A lovely off drive, something you would have seen in the test match. Maybe not by Johnny Bairstow though, maybe by Joe Root or someone. But yeah, lovely shot, full face, showing the full face of the ball, and that's raced across this turf for 4.
That was an absolutely delicious shot, wasn't it? Slightly strange delivery though. There's a fraction of width, and mid-off was wide, so there was no chance. That's the length, just a back of a length, not giving the batter any width whatsoever. A little bit more bounce and pace, and no run. A little reminder, you can and should really listen to the Cricket Collective later on this afternoon on talkSPORT 2, available as a podcast, following on feed. An absolutely terrific show lined up with Neil Manthorpe and Steve Harmison. I'll tell you a little bit about it in a second, as Young is played beautifully by Sampson again. Lovely timing, fielded mid-wicket for another single. 29 for 1, 2 balls left of the 4th. But yeah, Mark Wood, the England fast bowler, talking about Owen Morgan and just where he stands really in terms of the captains that he's ever played under. His answer to that actually quite stunning. Actually, it was a brilliant interview between Steve Harmison, Mark Wood, and Neil Manthorpe. Full again, and Huda plays this to mid-on. A look ahead as well to the India Test match, England against India on Friday, Edgbaston. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala chatting with Neil Manthorpe about that. And that's all coming up later today on talkSPORT 2. Also available on the following on feed. Craig Young, who celebrates his 50th T20 today, and he gives Huda width. I wonder if that was a slow delivery as well. Crunched it to mid-off, but no timing again, and it's just a single.
Yeah, we've seen Craig Young go to his slow balls quite a lot, and he went to his slow balls very early in the T20 on Sunday as well when he picked up those wickets, so he looks like he's going to those. If he's not bowling quite the length and line he wants to, it seems that is his almost defensive ball to sometimes get out of the over. And it's not a bad option. If you have a slow ball, or you have a couple of slow balls, they're good to show a batter that you've got one, because then they're looking for it. Are you going to bowl a slow ball or are you not? So Craig Young got out of his over very well there after what was a tricky start for him.
It's a real occasion at Malahide. I'm so pleased that the weather has played kind so far. It was frustrating on Sunday, but this is what it's all about, really. Looking like not quite a full house, but certainly those stands are full of fans as Ireland get underway for their fifth over. Huda facing, no run to start the fifth over. This is what you want to see, isn't it, Kath?
Yeah, absolutely. And another sellout, I believe. I read that was another sellout. So it's great to see some fans, the fans in. A few less Ireland fans than Indian fans, but equally so. Good to see a packed house and some on-time cricket today, John. Yes,
well, that is very true. And whether they're supporting Ireland or India, they're cricket fans. Little is in. Aerial goes Huda. This is safe, though. There's nobody out there at extra cover. And away it goes for a boundary.
Yeah, lovely lofted shot. Lofted drive, little bit of width there by Little. And just a lofted drive over the infield, over extra cover, and that's raced away for four.
Yeah, really freed his arms, didn't he, for the first time today, really.
Yeah, I think Ireland have bowled very straight, actually, in the main. Anything that's had width, they've looked to hit.
This is straight, a big appeal for leg before, and it's given. Well, it looked good to the naked eye. And we'll just have to wait and see whether Huda decides to review. He does. He is a tall man.
Yeah.
It did hit him back leg, but I think it hit him front leg first. So this will be interesting. Maybe umpire's call, but we'll just wait and see. What was your take on it, Kath?
The only thing is, with Josh Little's swing, he's shaved back into the right-hander. Just whether this is pitching outside the line or not. I'm not sure. That shape back in he gets, unless it's difficult to tell. Huda went up straight away, though, didn't he? He felt like it wasn't out.
When Abhishek is on, actually, it'd be interesting to see, because it doesn't seem to me that
bat is close to the ball. Can we go to alternate,
Huda's
please?
stance is quite as exaggerated as we saw on Sunday.
Keep it going to the pads, please.
Yeah.
Your flat line as the ball passes.
Looks
the
like
bat.
he's just shut that stance up a little bit compared to what he was doing on Sunday, but this has hit the back leg. Has it pitched outside or not?
Oh, I tell you what,
leg.
I think your first feeling was correct there, Kath. It's just pitched outside leg stump. I mean, not much in it, but enough.
Yeah, enough. As a left arm bowler, with that shape he gets back in, that's always going to be the challenge for him as a bowler. Is it going to pitch outside? And it just did, didn't it?
Yeah, just. I'm not sure if we actually saw the continuation of the graphic, whether the ball was actually going to hit the stumps or not. I don't think we did, but either way, these are the fine margins. A dot ball, though.
Pay extra money to see it go all the way, John.
Right then, 34 for 1, and we're halfway stage of the fifth over. Huda facing, and Little is in, and this is beautifully played off drive from Huda. I wouldn't say that the bowler erred particularly. Just pitched it up a touch, wasn't particularly wide, but that was a beautiful cover drive for 4.
That was an absolutely stunning shot. We've seen a few classic looking drives today so far, and with mid-off quite wide, not even in our picture here, you know, he's quite wide, so anything straight is going for 4 there.
Just a question now, I suppose, of getting out of this power play. We've had 2 boundaries in this 5th over. Huda has successfully overturned an on-field leg before wicket decision, and Little has 1 ball left. Sampson seems to have missed a lot of cricket. I mean, he's faced 12 deliveries, but I don't know whether it's because all the action seems to be continuing at the other end. He hardly seems to have faced, but he will face his final ball. Little is in, but aborts the runner. He has to walk back to his mark. I'm not sure what that was all about.
It's taken a long time to bowl this last ball. They're hitting us with a lot of suspense here.
Are you suggesting that what is to come is going to be
epic?
Epic. I was going to say exceptional. Epic. I'll take epic as well. Okay, Sampson's ready. So is Little. And there's nothing epic about this unless there's a run out at the non-striker's end. I tell you what, that was a fine throw at the stumps. Cartwheels out, but no run. So 5 overs into the 20, and it is a 20 over clash today, I'm pleased to say. We've had selection of quite exquisite cover drives. We've seen some boundaries, we've seen a wicket, and we've seen a decision overturned as well. But at the end of all that, there's a handover commentary duty. India find themselves at 39 for 1, and after a quick word from Kath, it will be Neil Manthorpe to pick up.
Yeah, I think this is evenly balanced at the moment. Ireland have bowled well. They look like they've bowled with a plan today. They've looked to bowl a little bit straighter, try not to give as much width as they did on Sunday, and they've bowled a much better length, more back of a length. And although India have punished them when they got it wrong, they've bowled a lot better today. So evenly poised here.
Oh, Craig Young continues, and down the wicket comes Sanju Samson. He's launched it straight back over the bowler's head for a glorious 6 into the crowd. Deepak Huda, I beg your pardon, is on strike. Used his feet superbly. Gosh, he looks like a different player today than he was on Sunday for the first half of his innings. It only got going when he hit Andy McBride for 3 sixes, the off-spinner. But he struggled early on, but great use of the feet there. Down the wicket, glorious straight drive, got underneath it, got the elevation he was looking for. And, well, that's just the way you don't want your second over to start for Craig Young. First over cost 9. Josh Little has bowled superbly, by the way. His 2 overs have cost just 14. His first cost 5. 9 from his second. Here is Young once again. Bangs it in short, in towards the rib cage of Deepak Huda, and nudges it through square leg for a single. India 45 for 1. Abhishek?
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot. Great use of the feet and lovely extension of those long hands for that matter. He's got such long hands and such long levers, and if he gets close to the pitch, the ball's travelling, and that's exactly what happened. And today his stance looked a lot closed, or he's getting ready at the right time. He's not moving when the ball is being delivered. He's very still, and that's what was missing in the previous game.
Young in again, leg side, flicked away for 4 more, off the pad possibly. He's run away to the boundary very quickly, but the bowler knows he's got that one wrong. He's just angled in towards leg stump from over the wicket, and no chance Josh Little cutting that one off. 4 more, and in fact it was off the bat.
Yeah, poor execution again, just drifting on the pads of Sanju Samson, who's not going to miss out on a lot of these deliveries. In good form, looking in good form. He's taken a bit of time early on, 20 of 14, but he's such a dangerous player once he gets going. It's difficult to bowl to somebody like him.
50 up for India, halfway through the 6th over, and this one steered away out towards backward point, and that one's gone straight to the fielder, Andy McBride. No run. Sanju Samson 20 off 15. Deepak Hooda 26 off 15. The one man out was Ishan Kishan. Bit of a wild running slog at Mark Adair. Got a thin edge through to keeper Lorcan Tucker. Mark Young in his second over. Craig Young, beg your pardon. 50 for 1 India. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first. And here is Young once again. Full and straight, on off stump. Good delivery, and not much Sanju Samson could do with that. Not at this stage of the innings anyway, other than push it defensively back to the bowler.
It's been a bit of a cautious start from Sanju Samson. You can understand why. He has not really played for India for a while. Getting an opportunity, trying to make the most of it. And he doesn't need to really hurry here, because he's got plenty of time. India doesn't need to score over 200, 170, 180 would put a lot of pressure on Ireland. And as we all know, if they get going, 200 is also in the cards.
Here's Young once again, and beautiful, glorious cover drive, delayed cover drive. Not quite the slice drive, but just with an open face at the point of impact, steers it past backward point to the boundary for 4.
He has wonderful game awareness. When we talk about game awareness, he knew exactly where the fielders were. They were all inside the 30-yard circle on the offside. At the point of contact, he just opened those wrists, opened those hands beautifully, and placed it perfectly between that point and the cover fielder for a wonderful boundary. Very good finish to the over. We often talk about the last delivery in T20 cricket or any form, or the shorter form. That's how important it is for the bowlers to bowl the last delivery well. What you don't want to do is go for a boundary in the last over. It ruins the whole over, and that's exactly what happened on that occasion. 54 for 1 after 6. Very good start. Solid start for India. Very good partnership developing between Sanju Samson and Hooda here.
15 off the over, and it means Craig Young has now conceded 24 from his 2, and another change of bowling. Gareth Delaney into the attack now. Sanju Samson 24 off 17. Deepak Hooda 26 off 15 deliveries.
Seems like a leg spinner. Gareth Delaney. And both these players love going over extra cover. They love opening that offside, going inside out. And they're very, very strong players when it comes to slog sweep as well. So he's got to be very careful. The line, the length he bowls here, Delaney.
Yeah, it's eye-watering stuff. That was a leg break first up, and it's driven down towards George Dockrell at long off. You would suspect that Delaney would know the strengths of these two batsmen. There's enough video analysis out there, so let's hope he's got a good googly.
Yeah, also we saw the cover being very, very straight, very towards the extra cover to stop them from playing that lofted shot.
Delaney in, right up in the block hole, and it's driven hard, powerfully down towards long on, fielded by Harry Tector, and again it's just a single. Well, you do want to avoid a boundary early on, especially in your first over.
Yeah, you don't want to bowl in the slot of these two players with such long reach. They don't really need to step out. They can hit it from the spot.
Delaney once again, and gets the line absolutely perfect, and it's driven once more down towards long off. Well, he is getting some turn.
Very impressive first 3 deliveries. Bowled flat, very good length, very good line, bowling wicket to wicket. If you miss, I hit. And that's exactly what you need in T20 cricket. You cannot give room on either side of the pitch.
Leg spinner Gareth Delaney in once again, driven out towards extra cover, straight to the fielder. Very good start from Gareth Delaney.
Yeah, this is brilliant. This is very good stuff. But Sanju Samson, I can sense something's going to cook here. He's going to dance down the track and try and launch him if he can. Sanju loves going aerial.
They won't want to give the leg spinner a boundaryless first over. The 5th ball, however, is driven by Samson again to stretch to the extra cover fielder, fielded by Andy McBride, and there's no run. Well, what a good start from Gareth Delaney, the leg spinner. Now finish it off Just 3 runs from his first 5 balls. It's the 7th over of the innings. Down the wicket comes Samson, driving towards long off. Dockrell fields once again, and that is an excellent over from Gareth Delaney. I've no doubt that there would have been a few words in Delaney's ear before this 2-match series began. You know, that these guys can play spin.
And also, again, we know, leg spin is a fashionable art in T20 form. If you're a good leg spinner, you've got demand all over the world, and good performance against this Indian side will take him places. And good teams are always looking for a good leg spinner. So, yeah, this could be a complete turn of fortune for him if he gets going and bowl a good spell here. It was a wonderful, wonderful first over. You don't get better overs than that in T20 cricket, to be honest. He bowled a very good line, very good length. Didn't try and do too much, didn't try too many variations, just stuck to his leg spinners, wicket to wicket, turning it slightly as well. So it was a very good over, very impressive.
Connor Alford comes into the attack. Made his debut on Sunday, and 2 overs for 18, but I mean he bowled better than that actually. It's Connor Alford in, first delivery, full and straight, hitting the base of off stump. They drive it to extra cover, and Sanju Samson has to dive to make his ground as they complete what was always going to be a tight single. The dive from Samson, though, takes him up to 27 from 22 balls. Deepak Hooda 28 off 47. Deepak Hooda opened the batting in the absence of Ruturaj Gaikwad on Sunday. It just had a calf niggle which he hasn't recovered from, so Sanju Samson takes his place. But Hooda made an unbeaten 47 from 29 balls to win the game effectively for India, with 16 balls to spare. And Connor Alford, right arm over the wicket. The 26-year-old will bang it in the block hole. That's a lovely delivery. Just a really good spell here from Ireland of 3.5 overs, last maybe 3 overs.
Yeah, very, very good. They're really executing their plans very well against these 2 very strong Indian batters. And that was a wonderful execution of skills. Perfect Yorker right in the block hole. Not a lot you can do as a batter. Did well to get the bat down at the right time here, Deepak Hooda.
Here is Alford once again. He's the leading wicket taker in the domestic T20 competition this year in Ireland, and that's a little bit of width outside the off stump and just short enough to cut straight to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Did that Yorker, did it just tail back in the air as well?
Slightly.
Yeah.
Slightly. Ever so slightly.
We saw lavish swing on Sunday.
Yeah.
But not so much today.
He was hooping.
Yeah.
And he was hooping everywhere. But today, yeah, as the sun's out, so not much swing. Pitch looks nice to bat on.
Here is Alford once again. Oh, leg stump half volley, and he's got away with it because it's flicked off his pads by Deepak Hooda down straight to the fielder, Craig Young. And it's only a single. Let's not say there's less swing until we've seen Bhuvneshwar bowl.
Yeah, let's both team bowls first. Yeah, but still there was a bit more swing for these bowlers in the Sunday game. But again, going back to that shot from Sanju Samson, usually when the ball is bowled onto the pads of Sanju Samson, it sails into the crowd. Lucky there, Alford.
Oh, driven straight back over the bowler's head. It beats mid-off comfortably. There is nobody on the long off boundary. He can't bowl drive length, and he has done. And, it's actually a first boundary for 2.5 overs.
Yeah, stand and deliver. Beautiful high elbow. Lovely, lovely shot. Getting it over the bowler's head. Oh, you can watch it all there. Lovely shot from Deepak Hooda. And he held the pose as well, yes, for the cameraman.
Yeah. He enjoyed that, didn't he? He enjoyed it. Here's Alford again. Width outside the off stump, dropped at cover. Paul Sterling diving to his right, got a hand there. Couldn't hang on. He might have saved a couple of runs, although I think the cover sweeper would have got there, but it is a drop chance. And Deepak Hooda profits with a single to move on to 34. Sanju Samson has 28. 8 overs gone. India winning the toss and batting first in the second of 2 T20 internationals, coming to you from the village in the grounds of Malahide Castle, just outside Dublin. India 66 for 1.
And sometimes I just wonder if it's a bit too harsh for us to say that call it a drop chance or a great effort. where he would have made it into a chance where it wasn't. To be honest, that was a great effort from Paul Sterling. But yeah, if it got stuck into his hands, will be one of the best catches you'll see. Oh, brilliant effort.
It was actually a brilliant effort. We're just looking at the replays. I mean, he's a big man, and that's a heck of a dive. Down the wicket comes Deepak Hooda and drives powerfully to George Dockrell, who's gone a bit wider actually at long off, and it's gone straight to him. And a single of the result.
This is the over where they're going. I have a feeling they're going to take him. Either he's going to pick up a wicket, or they're going to take him downtown. So we'll have to wait and see. Sanju Samson, he loves the slog. He loves going over cow corner. If he bowls googly here.
Gareth Delaney is the leg spinner. And he's gone straight back at the bowler. He gets his right hand to it. Well, if we thought the Paul Sterling drop was a harsh call, this one is even harsher. I mean, as a bowler, you instinctively stick your hand out. But if you did have time to think about it when it's hit that hard, you might think twice. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, that was hit with some power. Oh, Sanju Samson nailed it. Absolutely out of his cruise. He did really well to get the hand to it, to be honest. Otherwise, he would have taken the head of the umpire there.
Here is Gareth Delaney. Oh, down the leg side. I think he's double guessed there. He thought the batsman was going to step outside leg stump, and he's bowled it down the leg side, and it's a wide.
It's a lovely bluff from Deepak Hooda. If you were playing poker, that's a perfect bluff.
Actually, Gareth Delaney, it's a wide, but he's looked really impressive. Down the wicket now comes Hooda, drives it all the way along the ground. Again, the bowler intercepts, takes the pace off the ball, and deflects it to long on for just a single. I agree with you. I think that they decided that second over from the leg spinner, we had a look at him, it's going to go, and they haven't got hold of him in the first three balls.
Credit to him, he's bowled really well. He's been very smart. He's outthinked the batters here so far, but still 3 more deliveries to go.
9 balls at a cost of 8. Oh, that's an edge down, beats third. Craig Young can't get there. He's at backward point or short third. It's a cut shot, bottom edge, and it's a runaway for a fortuitous 4.
Isn't T20 a cruel game for the bowler? He bowled an exceptional over so far. Wonderful delivery again. Just pulling the length back. Seeing Sanju Samson trying to come down the track. And getting an outside edge for a boundary, Sanju Samson. It's a batsman game, T20 cricket.
It
Lucky.
certainly is. But Gareth Delaney has been immensely impressive. That's short, pulled up into the air, out towards deep mid-wicket and all the way into a small stand between 2 hospitality suites or marquees. And, I think Gareth Delaney's bowling really intelligently here. And you have to guess. There has to be an element of guesswork. And he has dropped it short. I don't know whether that was an error. I think he's just trying to second guess the batsman, and he's misread that one.
Yeah, I think he did. And Sanju Samson again, just using the depth of the crease, going really deep back into his crease and pulling it over long on.
Pushed out towards long on once again, this time by Sanju Samson, who picks up a single. Interesting. Delaney is known as a part-time bowler. I mean, he bats at 5, or bats in the top 5, and he plays for Leinster Lightning, and he has had a spell with Leicestershire, but for a part-timer, he's looked very good.
He looks very good. Yeah, and also he's got a very smart head on his shoulders. He was trying to guess what the batter is trying to do here, Sanju Samson and Deepak Hooda, and on most occasions, He was on top of the game. He managed to outthink both these batters, but it's the margin of error against these players is so small that you get it wrong ever so slightly and you're going to get punished. And that's exactly. Oh, this will be interesting. McBride again.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Andy McBride bowled 1 over on Sunday, which cost 21, and he's an off spinner. And he's going to have his work cut out. But you know what? Ireland have bowled really well, and India are going at 9 and over. 9 overs gone, 81 for 1. Here is McBride, and Sanju Samson treats first ball with consummate respect, just nudging it, tickling it out to Harry Tector at long on. They go through for a single.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and watch what happens here. Deepak Huda. He fancied him in the previous match, and I promise you he'll fancy him now.
Here is McBride, gone over deep mid-wicket, and he hasn't... That's not a slog sweep. He's actually played virtually a straight bat drive over mid-wicket for 6. That was right in the slot.
Yeah. If it's in the slot, it's got to go. Oh, that's a great shot. That's a great shot. Again, lovely balance, head position. Those wonderful hands through the ball, and a massive one. I think that went a long, long way. They might need a new ball. 93 metre long. That's out of the park. That's over the trees.
Yeah, I think they've got ball fetchers. Here's McBride once again. That one turned. There's some turn in this pitch. It's the same strip that we used on Sunday. But I think Ravi Bishnoi will be looking, and well, I mean he could be a real handful. I mean if it's turning and at his pace, it could be. That was a massive 6. I'm sure it was only 92 metres. That was huge. Next delivery is tickled away down towards long on, fielded by Mark Adair, and they go through for another single. Sanju Samson 42 off 29. Deepak Huda 43 off 25. These two came together at 13 for 1. It's now 90 for 1.
Yeah, Sanju is going. Yeah, sorry, Deepak is going again. Huda is going to take him on. He's not going to hang around and be happy like Sanju taking a single and nudging him around. Yeah, they know that there's an opportunity here to get a boundary or two more deliveries to go in this over.
McBride in once again, and he's into his delivery stride, literally into his delivery stride, when Deepak Huda backed away and then immediately apologised, and it just something distracted him. Presumably it was movement behind the bowler's arm.
Probably, yeah.
McBride in, and down the wicket he goes to long on, watches, he's in position, he needs to be 18 foot tall to catch that. It's into the crowd for 6. Just a flick of the wrist.
It's a strong wrist, Deepak Huda, but I mean, for the captain to give the ball to McBride, I don't think it was very smart. You would probably wait for a new batter to come and then try and bring the off spinner on. Maybe he doesn't have enough resources in his armory, but that was an easy shot again. A little shimmy down the track and off she goes over that cow corner.
McBride in, drags the length back a little bit, and it's tucked off the pads by Deepak Huda. He wants to come back for the second, but Mark Adair's quick across the ground, picks up, throws in on the bounce, and they come back for the second, and Deepak Huda has reached his 50 from only 27 deliveries. Sanju Samson has 42. These two came together at 13 for 1. And now at the halfway stage of the innings, after 10 overs, India on 97 for 1. Your prediction before the innings began was a total of around 230, and I have to say, it looks like a really good call at this stage. John Norman will take over the commentary, along with Kath Dalton, after a word from Abhishek Tundrawala.
Yeah, this could go a long, long way now. This could be an absolute carnage for the next 10 overs, and a lot of fetching all over the ground. But yeah, it's been a wonderful innings from Deepak Huda. Very, very sensible innings. And Sanju Samson playing a wonderful knock in the other end. So it's going to be hard work from here for Ireland, Jono.
I think it was always going to be hard work, wasn't it? But certainly Deepak Huda showing once again the art of pacing an innings. You don't have to go crazy in the first 6 balls. He's played it to perfection, and he's going to face this first delivery from Riddle. Put back into the attack, and that's a beautiful shot, full of form and confidence now, on the move, crunches the ball through extra cover for 4. The 100 up for India, Kath Dalton, at the start of the 11th over. And India eyeing a seriously big score here today.
Yeah, you feel like Ireland were actually bowling quite well in the power play up until Deepak Huda's got going, and that was a lovely shot through extra cover. He just played it almost off one leg. And still
I was going to say, he was almost airborne by the time he connected with the ball. He actually had half a foot on the ground. But that was an extraordinary shot. I didn't do it justice. It was only I saw the replay. Little in again, and dab down. Brilliant from Huda. He knows the fielder's up inside the circle, and essentially he hasn't guided that. He's almost deflected it past the fielder and away for 4.
Oh, this is just very, very clever cricket. Very.
Play back to the bowler. No run. Bit of a pause. Huda 58 from 30. Sampson 42 from 29. Seen that shot now replayed 3 times and I still can't quite work it out.
No, it was class, wasn't it? Absolute class. I'd love to learn how to play that shot, to be honest with you.
It wasn't a back cut, or it wasn't a late cut, was it? It was quite extraordinary. Would you call that a cut shot?
I'd call it almost cutting off the front foot, I guess, but yeah, he's made up his own shots now here, Deepak Huda.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Making up your own shots, the Huda. Right, he gets himself ready. What have we got next? Oh, well, it's making us wait again.
I think the challenge here for Ireland now is where do you bowl to these two? They're both set. Deepak Huda is under a little bit of pressure during that first T20. Now he's got 50 and he's got no pressure on his shoulders as soon as he's got a score. I'll
tell you what he looks like. I've just realised what Deepak Huda looks like because we talked about that extravagant batting stance. He looks like a gunslinger. It's like at 10 paces. Although just as I say that, he goes back to a more orthodox stance, cuts the ball to backward point.
I think you've been watching
he's mixing it up, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but you've been watching too many movies there, John.
No, I haven't. I don't have enough time for movies. I have time for cricket and children. That's basically my life. I remember the last time I watched a movie. Do they still call them movies?
They do.
You're younger than me, so yeah, maybe they do. Okay, what do we got here? See, gunslinger down the track, and then back again is Huda, and clubs this up to long off. 2 balls left of the 11th. India 106 for 1.
Yeah, India just going, aren't they? They've found their form, these two. They struggled a little bit early on and they've caught that up. That's what happens in T20 cricket. Even if you're struggling at the start, you can catch up because you have these two have that ability to just catch up those deliveries. So difficult here for Ireland. Even their mix-ups aren't quite working, so it's hard to know where to bowl.
Well, that back of a length style that they try for the first 2 or 3 overs doesn't work so much when the batters come down the track. Sampson, though, doesn't move. He stays late and deep and crunches his pass backward point for a 4 and just says, hey, remember me? I'm still batting as well. 46 from 30, the score 110 for 1, and you don't have to be have an A in A-level maths to know that India are going at 10 and over.
Did you get an A, John?
No. No, I did not. I got my C for GCSE maths, and I knew that was me done.
That's fair enough. His partnership has been exceptional. 97 at the moment, 55 balls between Sampson and Huda, and they've just played really well. They've played a mix of powerful shots and classic-looking drives. It's been really good to watch so far.
I might be completely wrong here, but I've got a feeling that Deepak Huda got off strike to give Sampson a go in that over. I'm probably reading it completely wrong, but I think he took a single to the 3rd ball to give Sampson a couple of deliveries, and Sampson hit a 4 and a single. I think they're playing for each other, playing for themselves as well as each other. Who knows? It might be absolute rubbish. 110 for 1 then, 11 overs gone, and are we going to see McBride again? No, not right now we're not. Olfert, who made his debut on Sunday, coming up for his 2nd over. That is way wide, down the leg side, and Tucker does very well behind the stumps to prevent that from going to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I was convinced that was going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, but Olfert has bowled some good pace here today. I know obviously he got that delivery wrong there, but he's bowled a couple of deliveries up at the 88 mile an hour mark, which I'm not sure I've seen an Ireland bowler do for a long time, so it's good to see a little bit of pace.
I totally agree. I was actually really looking forward to seeing him bowl today because I know his first ball in international cricket, as he is in. It's pitched up. Huda goes for a big swing, gets the ball over the fielder at mid-off, but that actually, just for a second, looked like it could go anywhere. It bounced before the boundary, he'll take the boundary, but not quite in control of that shot there.
Not at all. He played that off his back hip and he looked like he sort of made it up to hit it in that direction. It was a strange looking shot, but the bat twisted in his hand and that could have easily fallen to a fielder. But I think with mid-off up, bowling full is a risky game.
Alford is in. This is dragged back a fraction, and Huda likes it there. 6 from the bat, an expensive over from Alford, and India now going at more than 10 and over. 121 for 1, 2 balls into the 12th.
And this is the challenge, because bowling full mid-off up is not going to work, but then when you pitch it short, you get smashed out of the ground. So that was a great shot, lovely looking shot, free flow of the hands, and an 88 metre 6. Testing times here for Ireland.
Huda he's a tall man, isn't he? And this will be no run, actually, trying to get Sampson back on strike, but picks out backward point. 121 for 1. We just pause for breath here on talkSPORT 2 for this, the second of 2 T20s between Ireland and India. And this is tough here for Ireland.
It's becoming damage limitation, isn't it? I think as soon as they didn't pick up enough early wickets in that power play, it's just been free flow of runs so far.
Alford bowling a good pace. That was a slow delivery though on the pads of Huda. Plays the ball to mid-wicket, and there's a fumble in the field, and we'll come back for a second. He moves into the 70s from just 36 deliveries. Huda, what kind of score do you think India are going to be capable of here, Kath? They've got bags of wickets to come.
Well, we felt 200 plus would be on the cards at the start, because obviously India are very confident with such a wonderful batting lineup. I think it could go well over 200 here.
Wide, and Huda, who just moves to the leg side, slips over trying to reach the ball. Oh, well, the umpires called that wide as well, but if the batter had stayed where he was, I think this would have been a legal delivery.
Yeah, that was very harsh, because that was inside the wide line, so I'm not really too sure why he's given that wide. He saw the batter move, as you said, to the leg side and went in the opposite direction to prevent the ball being hit, but I think that was a bit harsh by the umpire.
Yeah, I agree. Watching that again, I think that was a strange decision, as Huda's trigger movement takes him across the stumps to the offside, and he just swings the bat. This is again pitched up, didn't quite time it, but he knows as soon as he clears the infield, it's racing away.
Yeah,
no
just
stopping that.
Danced down the wicket there and hit the ball into out over extra cover. Oh, his hands are going. This is easy cricket for him now. He's just playing with the bowler, hitting it into those pockets in the outfield and picking up plenty of boundaries. And
there is more than a touch of the premeditated shot selection here by Huda. He's really backing himself now. His eyes in. He's cashing in. But there'll be no easing up. He's just going for it now.
Yeah, T20 100 is what he's looking at, I'm sure.
1 ball left of the 12th over. Huda 75 from 37 as Alford is in, and this is driven square of the wicket to mid-wicket for another single. So good end to what has been an expensive over. 27 from just 2 overs from Alford, playing in his second T20 international. Doesn't get much tougher than this, does it? 129 for 1 after 12 overs.
That's a baptism of fire, really, isn't it, to play against India. And even that last shot by Huda, you know he's in form, because it was just a lovely time shot. Even though it went for 1, he just found his timing on this pitch. And although it took him a few balls at the start, he's got there in the end. And this is looking like a very difficult spell here for Ireland. But I always think this is the making of you as a cricketer. If you can find a way of bowling in situations like this, it will only make you better.
So where do Ireland turn now, really? Well,
looks like Delaney's coming back on with his leg spin, potentially here.
Hearing that Nat Siver has reached 100 in the women's test match for England against South Africa, as Huda tries to split the fielders at mid-wicket. It's a fine throw back, but it'll be another couple. And a thumbs up to his batting partner, Sampson, who's at 46, 4 away from a 50 himself. Hooda, though, I think you're absolutely right. He's eyeing a century, isn't he?
Yeah, everyone would be at this stage if you're hitting the ball as well as he is and finding it as easy as he is.
Backs away, and Delaney gets this to turn away from the right-handed Hooda. And just for a second, I was wondering whether that would be called a wide, because certainly seemed to go nearer the wide lines, nearer than the one that was given in the last over, but nothing given from the umpire. This is delivered way down the leg side, but Hooda has made space and just pushes us up to wideish long off for a single. Score moves along, 132 for 1.
We are seeing a little bit of spin on this pitch as well. We didn't see a huge amount of spin on Sunday, so this pitch is turning a little bit, and a single feels like a win for Ireland at the moment.
It does. India have made 3 changes from the side that won handsomely on Sunday. Yuzvendra Chahal, who was the player of the match, he does not play this evening, but Bishnoi does, so it'll be interesting to see. Dragged down by Delaney and seized quickly by Sampson. Flat bats this all the way along the ground for 4, and at 50 up, India moved to 136 for 1. Incredibly popular character, and you can hear what it means to the crowd that have turned up today.
Yeah, they're absolutely buzzing for him. This was a lovely shot to get to his 50 as well. He just dissected the field, hit a cracking shot, and he's batted so well here. He's batted with real purpose and aggression, getting his 50 off just 31 balls.
Delaney, a little bit more flight, tosses this one up and played out to the covers for a single. Deepak Hooda will face the next delivery. Hooda was a surprise when he strayed out to bat in that first T20, wasn't he? Gaikwad was expected. I think actually Gaikwad has got a little niggle, so that's one of the reasons he's not playing this evening. But he's had an opportunity as Hooda's down the track, take another single to long on. That's exactly what you've got to do.
Yeah, especially in this India side where there's so much depth. If you get an opportunity to bat up the order, you have to take it, and that's exactly what Hooda's done in the previous innings on Sunday, and now 80 not out currently in this innings, and that's the challenge in this India side. They've got so many good players. It's who do you pick and when?
Well, it helps when you can play essentially 2 different sides, doesn't it? I mean, maybe one day we'll have 3 different sides. You'll have a T20 side, an ODI side, and a Test side. Maybe you'll have a 60 side, a 100 side. I mean, maybe you'll have 6 or 7 different national sides.
A T10 side.
A T10 side. What else is there?
There must be another shortened format somewhere.
Oh, they play 11 a side, 12 a side, 15 a side.
Terrier cricket.
It is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Olfert's going to bowl his 3rd, and again, first ball is sprayed down the leg side. He's finding this difficult, isn't he? And you can understand why when you consider he's only. I think you picked up on the fact he's only played 12. Is it 12 T20s or 12 first-class games of cricket in his career? Now he's bowling against some of the best short-form players in the world.
I think it's 12 T20s in total, so in his first-class career so far, so not easy for him.
So the sound from the bat will tell you that has gone the distance, out of the ground. I think that's the first one today, over square leg, dug in and seized upon by Hooda, who moves to 86.
What an effortless shot that was. Fantastic shot. The crack off the bat, free flow of his hands, and he front foot pulled that for 6. 89 metres. That has gone out the ground actually. No crowd catch optional there, unfortunately.
Maybe one of the stewards just plopped into his bovril. I was at Trent Bridge when who was it? I think it was Daryl Mitchell hit a ball straight into somebody's pint of cider.
I did see that,
yeah. It was ridiculous.
I think she got 2 pints for free though afterwards.
Well, so. You know, it is the Kiwis. They immediately went down there and sorted her out with another pint.
I'm guessing you wouldn't have then, John.
Well, my wife's a Kiwi, so, maybe some of that generosity. Fuller and driven by Huda, who'll definitely take one and run it quickly. We're not quick enough to come back for a second. I mean, thinking about it, is a little bit sobering to think that young Olfert, in playing 12 T20s in his career, technically that means he's only played 12 T20s more than I have.
And you wouldn't be bowling out there, John, would you?
Could you imagine it?
I'd actually pay to see that.
Would you? How much would you pay?
At least a £5.
It would be worth it. It'd be worth a £5. It's not getting any better anytime soon for Ireland because Olfert has overstepped. He's gone for 35 from his 2.2 overs. And he's going to have to deliver a free hit here.
I think that's just pressure getting to him now as well. He's gone off his game. He actually didn't bowl too badly in that first T20 game that was only 12 overs, but when you start bowling no balls, that's just a little bit of pressure getting to you.
And he runs now. Leading edge, and he'll actually be caught on the edge of the circle. The fielders collide. Of course, it won't matter, but at least he didn't go for 6. Tried to play to the leg side. Leading edge spooned up to backward point. 148 for 1.
We saw Olfert bowl some great Yorkers, so I'm surprised he hasn't gone to his Yorker a little bit more often. I feel that is his most threatening delivery with good pace. He has been bowling good pace. Another ball at 88 miles an hour there, but he's got to go to his Yorkers at some stage.
Olfert short, wide, and crashed away by Huda. He moves into the 90s, 91 now. And it's a good point you make, Kath. Because I don't think I've seen a single Yorker in the innings.
Yeah, only one, I believe, earlier, but there hasn't been many, and this was a cracking shot, but not a great delivery. And that's the problem, You think maybe, if I bowl a Yorker, it'll be a low full toss and it'll go for 4, but I think I'd take a low full toss if you're going to try and bowl your Yorker.
Well, this time it does beat Huda with the ball that nips in to the right-hander. Expansive shot from Huda, who's really just trying to blast this over mid-wicket, maybe over long on. But again, one back for the bowler. In between the expensive deliveries, there's definitely signs there that there's something. You can see why he's playing today.
Yeah, that one shaped back actually quite dramatically. And when he has bowled, as you said, when he has bowled well, he's bowled really well. There's been world-class deliveries in there, but in between not.
Pitched up on off stump and driven by Huda, who's to 92 for 46. He's farmed the strike a little bit. Sampson 52 from 33.
Yeah, and as we said, we've only playing 12 T20s. I just find that incredible. That's such a small amount of games, and you'll only learn by being out in the middle, really. And Ireland, they'll be hoping for more cricket because they'll learn from this.
I think it was only brought into the squad because I think it was short wide and a little shout for caught behind, but that will be given as a wide. Was it Georgeson, I think? I'll just have to check. But essentially, the player came from New Zealand, decided that he was going to go back to New Zealand, and it opened up a space. And so the beneficiary of that is the bowler, Connor Olfert. So, these opportunities, they come from strange places at times. Last ball of his third over from Olfert. Clipped away, strays again, and the fielder is up at fine leg. And Sampson moves to 56 with the 4. And India, well, if they don't reach 200 now, something pretty strange is going to happen. We've had 14 overs here on talkSPORT 2, and they're 158 for 1.
That was a lovely clip off his legs. Slightly fuller by Olfert. Maybe that was his attempted Yorker that didn't quite work. But I prefer him to do that. Prefer him to go for his Yorkers rather than bowling short and wide outside off stump and making it very easier for the Indian batters. But these two have played magnificently well, haven't they? Just a wonderful partnership to watch.
Yeah, really contrasting styles as well. We were a little bit taken aback by Huda on Sunday, but he certainly started to grow on me, the gunslinger.
Is that his new nickname now?
Yeah, I'm going to tell him.
Give him a call after the game.
Delaney back, tossed up, pitches on middle, and just a fraction of turn to off stump, but Huda plays through the line, lots of wrist, and will take a single.
And Delaney's been very brave. He's bowled pretty much every ball has been a leg spinner. He's used his cricket nous and tried to work out the batters, work out which side is shorter and bowl to it.
Well, tossed up again, and he's unfortunate here is the bowler, because that has deceived Sampson, who goes for a slog essentially, misses the ball by some distance, but it also goes through the legs of the keeper and away for 4 byes.
Yeah, that kind of sums up Ireland's day in the field so far, that ball going for 4 through the keeper's legs. I think that kept a little bit low as well, which was interesting. We've seen the pitch bounce so far, but that one kept a bit lower.
Yeah, a bit of a grimace for the Ireland players. This is dragged down, and Sampson seizes on it. Out to deep square for another single. 163 for 1. 2 balls in the 15.
Sampson will be disappointed he didn't pick the gap there, actually, because that was a genuine drag down. He could have hit that between the fielders for 4.
150 up as well, and just 80 odd deliveries. Width offered to Huda again. There's a slight misfield as well, the deep extra cover boundary, but Huda will still just take the single. He moves to 94 from 49. Sampson 57 from 36.
Just world-class players on show here today, and wickets in hand as well. We're only losing 1 wicket so far, India.
It seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? They might lose another one here, or has that gone all the way? Oh, it's evaded the fielder. Sampson with another 6. He moves to 63. That's his best in T20s. Deepak Huda's 94 is also his best, so neither batter can ask for much more than what they're getting so far. Just for a minute, I wasn't sure that he connected as well as he needed to with this shot, but there wasn't a fielder straight. There had been somebody right on the boundary. I think that would have been a catch, but there was a drag down, and that's a help fit yourself kind of shot into the crowd, and it's back-to-back 6s. Sampson wants to catch Huda up, I think. 15 overs in, and India are going to go way in excess of 200 this afternoon here on talkSPORT 2. And after a quick word from Kath Dalton to commentate through to the conclusion of the innings will be Neil Manthorpe.
This is damage limitation now for Ireland, and see how many we can get for India. This is unbelievable partnership between Sampson and Huda, and it's difficult to know who's going to come on and make this a little bit easier for Ireland, but wonderful batting so far, and we've seen some real clean hits, and I reckon we'll see a few more 6s yet to come.
Thank you very much indeed, Kath. I'm alongside Abhishek Jujunwala, who predicted 230 before a ball was bowled, and I reckon he's bang on course. Maybe a little conservative.
Could be, actually.
It's not often we get to say that we've seen a small 6, but we have seen a couple that have just cleared the ropes. We've seen a couple that have left the ground. That it's sliced away behind square on the offside. Beautiful shot. Mark Adair fields. They'll come back for 2. Bit of a wild throw. Adair trying to get the ball in quickly. And Lorcan Tucker just inconvenienced as he had to run 5 or 6 yards to his left and then try to take it on the half volley. So an easy 2 in the end. But a lovely shot from Deepak Huda. Quite possible that the bowlers, Craig Young, saw him coming and just dropped it short coming down the pitch, and that one is tucked away out on the onside, and Huda takes an easy single. It's almost this kind of shot that gives you the impression that he's being a gentleman and he's sharing the strike.
Yeah, I think he is sharing the strike with Sanju Samson. Sanju Samson desperately trying to play the catch-up. Huda 97 of 51, Samson 69 of 38, so 13 deliveries less than what Huda has faced, and he can easily get to where Huda is if he faces another 13. So Sanju Samson, they're both gonna go now. They're not gonna just hang around and be happy with ones.
Craig Young in once again, and that's good delivery actually. Taking the pace off it, full, almost Yorker length outside the off stump, and just dropped away square of the wicket on the offside, and they trot through for an easy single. So 4.5 overs remaining. India won the toss, chose to bat first on a pitch and conditions that historically have been conducive to high scoring, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're 181 for 1 with 4.5 overs to go. Young in again, bowls, and Huda drives down the ground towards long off, and they'll just take a single. That's again good, enthusiastic, aggressive fielding from Mark Adair.
Very obvious Huda's not going to take a chance here. He's not going to go aerial. He knows that he's not going to get another opportunity to get 100 for India. It doesn't come very often. Yes, he might play a lot of games for India, but to get to 98 in a T20 is very rare, so might as well make the most of it.
With 4 overs to go.
Yeah.
Punched away off the back foot out towards deep mid-wicket, wide long on again, and they go through for another single. Actually, tidy over from Craig Young so far. I don't want to jinx him with 1 ball to come.
And what this also does is once you get 100 in T20, it'll be very difficult for Indian selectors to drop him from the next tour, or he'll make a very strong case for himself in the T20 World Cup for Australia.
Young in, final ball, and it's driven firmly. Was another slower ball? No, it wasn't. But it was driven straight back to the bowler, sprawled to his left. I don't think it carried, and even if it did, I'm not going to put it down as a drop chance. We've had some really, really tough chances that have gone down. Paul Sterling, a brilliant effort in the covers, and another one that Gareth Delaney fielded off his own bowling, after which he had to count that he still had 4 fingers and a thumb on his right hand. 4 overs to go, 183 for 1.
Yeah, the interesting thing would be if Sanju Samson goes for those big shots, or he just gives a single to Deepak Huda and try and get into his 100 first, and then both these players just go. It'll be absolute mayhem for the last 4 overs with so much batting to come with Surya, Hardik. I don't think Surya Kumar Yadav is going to walk out next. If there's a wicket falls, I think it'll be the captain Hardik Pandya. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't walk out there in the middle. But as long as these two are there, we won't need anyone else to come out, and these two can really, really get going and get India to that 230, 240.
We've got Dinesh Karthik as well.
Yeah, there's so much batting. I mean, and if you think about it, there's no Rohit Sharma, no KL Rahul, no Virat Kohli. I mean, the depth in Indian cricket is just absolutely mind-blowing. Adair, who's bowled brilliantly so far, just gone for 16 of his 2 overs, picked up a wicket. The only wicket which India has lost so far of Ishan Kishan.
Oh, full toss. Oh, dear me. That is a help-yourself delivery, and it's flicked away nonchalantly. The kind of shot that you would play to an irritating fly at a picnic. He's just brushed it away into the crowd for 6.
Yeah, what I'm waiting to see is if the umpire calls it a no ball. No, it was under the waist. Come on. Don't be so harsh. Yeah, if umpire called it a no ball, that will be really, really harsh. But well played. He didn't have to do a lot. It was a full toss on his hips. All he had to do is get some bat involved. Very small boundaries. 62 metre.
Here is Mark Adair. He's bowling right on round the wicket, and he hits the base of off stump, and he's got a wicket. Well, he started off with a waist-high full toss, and now he's produced a very, very fine delivery from around the wicket. He's fired in the Yorker. It's hit the base of off stump, and he has himself a wicket, and that has ended the highest ever partnership for any wicket for India in a T20 international.
That's a great record, and both these players batted really well, very sensibly. They didn't really go after they didn't try and hit every ball, but they just waited for the bad deliveries or the deliveries which was there in the slot and just played very good cricketing shots. Lovely innings from Sanju Samson, give him a lot of confidence. 77 of 42. That was a wonderful execution from Adair. I think it was a slow ball Yorker. Sanju Samson just went a bit too early with the shot, but nonetheless it was a terrific knock. In comes Surya Kumar Yadav. My prediction didn't come right on that occasion. I thought it might be Hardik Pandya who'd walk in, but Surya Kumar Yadav, he's a very able cricketer. Played some wonderful innings for India and in IPL over the years. A bit delayed to get an opportunity to play for India. He's 30 years old. Just been part of this setup for the last year and a half. But yeah, what a terrific cricketer he is. T20 career, 164 is his strike rate with a very healthy average, 16 matches over 350 runs.
Here's a thought. If anybody other than Hardik Pandya was captain of this team, I think Hardik Pandya would have walked out next.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
As a captain, it's hard to promote yourself, isn't it?
It is.
But, I think if Surya Kumar Yadav, the first delivery is flicked away out for a single towards mid-wicket. If Surya Kumar, or Sky they call him, S-K-Y, Sky, if he'd been captain, he probably would have said, Hardik, off you go.
Yeah, I think at this point in time of the game, there's no better cricketer in the India squad than Hardik Pandya. No one can hit the ball as cleanly as he could and clear the boundary with ease, as much as ease as he can. So it would have been the right choice, but Surya Kumar Yadav is a very able cricketer, as I said earlier. He can clear the boundary as well.
3.5 overs to go, 190 for 2, wide, half volley length delivery, driven out to the captain, Andy Balbirnie, at wideish mid-off, and scuttle through for another single. Surya Kumar Yadav has one. Deepak Hooda, 99 with 3 overs and 2 balls to go.
Yes. It's been delayed a bit.
It has actually got to the 90s from 44 balls.
Yeah.
So it's been 10 balls in the 90s.
Yeah. And
he's decelerating.
9. He is.
Here's Mark Adair again, bowls. Short, flicked away, out towards deep square leg. It's a beautiful pick-up shot off the back foot. Not the pick-up scoop shot, but was it even short? Was it even actually short of a length? It was attempted off-cutter, but it was a good length, and he's just picked up the slower ball.
Yeah, he does play that shot really well. He goes really deep into the crease and just helps it over that fine leg fielder, and that's exactly what he has done. Just slightly. I wouldn't call it a short shot, just short of length, that in-between length, but he goes so deep and played it wonderfully there. Surya Kumar Yadav. That's his trademark shot, really.
It's the 11th six of the innings. Could we finish up with 2 whole overs of sixes?
Could be a bit more. We still have 19 more deliveries
That's right,
to go.
Exactly. Surya Kumar Yadav now 7. Last ball of the 17th over, and it's driven out to Paul Sterling, who misfields it, and it's gone for 4. Sterling had it completely covered, and there's he presents a very good long barrier, does Paul Sterling. It's
just that there was a hole in that barrier.
There's plenty of him to get behind the ball, and unfortunately it's just squirmed away. It's just spun away from him. He knows that was an unnecessary 4. Anyway, Surya Kumar Yadav will take it. Thank you very much. He moves to 11. 200 up, 201 for 2.
Still 3 overs to go. Still 3 overs. This could end up getting close to 250 if they get going, both these players. 12, 14 and over is very doable in T20 in modern day cricket.
I mean, it just takes 1 over at 20, doesn't
20,
it?
That's it.
250 is very
once
much
Once Hooda gets his 100 in this delivery, if he does, I'm say inevitable for him to get 100 unless something freaky happens here. He will be quite sensible just to rotate it, take a single and get to his 100 first.
Deepak Hooda, 99 not out from 54 balls. There are 3 overs to go. India winning the toss and batting first at 201 for 2. I'm delighted to say that the weather has been kind. Here's Josh Little, bowls to Hooda, who pushes it into the offside, sets off for the easy single, which brings him his maiden T20 International 100. He looks to the heavens, finally takes his helmet off, and acknowledges the applause both from the majority Indian crowd and from the players' bench, changing room areas. He gets a hug now from Surya Kumar Yadav, his partner. There's not a lot of emotion on his face, but his body language is plenty emotional.
He is very, very emotional. You can sense, and why wouldn't he be? He's waited for a long time to make it to that Indian squad, and getting an opportunity in Ireland. Batted beautiful in the previous match, was 47 not out, and just carrying it from where he left in the previous game. 155 deliveries. It's been terrific batting, sensible. When the team required some boundaries, he did it, but been a very, very measured knock, this from Deepak Hooda. I know it sounds very weird when somebody says measured, when somebody gets 155.
Josh Little, left arm over, flicked away by Surya Kumar Yadav, down to the third boundary for 4. Not quite an uppercut, more of a steer, a sort of wristy flick over wide gully.
He's such a smart cricketer, and he's got such good hands, such good game awareness. He knew exactly where the fielders were. The third was inside the 30-yard circle. Just helped it, as you said, just steered it over the fielder. Didn't try and hit it too hard. He knew just he had to get a bit of elevation, just lift that ball slightly.
Hooda's 100 from 55 balls, by the way. And now Josh Little in with a slower ball. It's down the leg side, and Surya Kumar Yadav has got a bottom edge into the gloves of keeper Lorcan Tucker. He's not reviewing. He knows he got a touch. So 15 off 4 balls, out to his 5th ball. And Josh Little has a consolation wicket. India lose their 3rd halfway through the 18th over. 206 for 3. It's well bowled by Josh Little. A slow ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a slower delivery. He saw what he was trying to do, just pulled his length back ever so slightly. He wanted to scoop it over that short fine leg fielder, but just getting a bottom edge straight to the keeper. Good catch by the keeper. And India loses their 3rd wicket on 206. And now it's got to be Hardik Pandya who will walk into the middle, the captain. Still got 15 deliveries to face, and let's see what he can do. India in a very, very strong position after 17.3 overs. Hooda on 100, exactly 100 of just 55 deliveries, striking nearly at 200.
Well, he's got 2.5 overs to have as much fun as he possibly can. So let's say he faces 8 or 9. Let's say he faces 9 balls. I'm going 24. I mean, he will have a number of premeditated shot options that he'll be thinking about. Here's Little in again, wide outside the off stump. Is it too wide? It is indeed. Out go the arms of umpire Jareth McCready. Rolly Black and Jareth McCready on duty in the middle. Paul Reynolds in the 3rd umpire's box. So Josh Little is like all the Irish bowlers, trying to second guess and trying to preempt batsmen's movements and what shots they will be trying to play. 207 for 3. Josh Little, left arm round the wicket, and this one tucked away out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, good delivery, cramping him for room. Just bowled it into the surface, into the body of Hardik Pandya, still managing to get a single or placing it towards that mid-wicket field. There was an empty area. There was no fielder in short mid-wicket. And we're again watching the scenes when Deepak Hooda got his helmet off, played a magnificent knock, got his 100. First 100 for Team India, first 100 in T20 for Deepak Hooda. Brilliant, brilliant innings.
Here is Little once again around the wicket. Short pulled away behind square on the leg side, racing into the boundary triangles for 4 more. Now, I just, you feel for the Irish bowlers because, yeah, I mean, it was a little bit short, but they're just so quick to seize on that length and punish even the slightest error.
Yeah, and especially when you're batting on 100, you're not going to miss many. You're not watching a cricket ball, you're watching a football at the moment. And anything slightly short with that square leg fielder inside the 30-yard circle is going to be boundaries. And last delivery's got to finish well here, Little.
Little in, bowls wide, slap driven, over point and caught on the cover boundary. Excellent work from Andy McBride on the cover boundary. He's there sweeping to save boundaries. But every now and then, you've got to expect one to be slap driven towards you in the air, and that's exactly what happened. McBride's taken a very, very fine catch, and Deepak Hooda departs for 104 from just 57 deliveries, with 9 fours and 6 sixes. The last ball of the 18th over, and Ireland have a 4th wicket, but India have 212 runs.
It has been a sensational knock from Deepak Hooda, 104 of 57. India 212, losing their 4th wicket. Still 2 more overs to go. Yes, it sounds a bit silly, but India is on 212 of just 18 overs. And a lot of cheer from the crowd, a lot of shoulder tapping from the teammates, and deserves every bit of it. Deepak Hooda. And in comes Dinesh Karthik, who's been in a form of his life since the IPL this year. He's played some match-winning innings, coming at the back end of the innings, given a role of a finisher for Team India as well, because on the back of those performances, and most likely he's going to carry on till the World Cup if he keeps batting the way he is at the moment.
Craig Young continues bowling the 19th over, and that's good delivery. Nicely bowled, back of length outside the off stump. I think Hardik Pandya maybe have given himself a wee bit of room, and in the end he couldn't reach it. So well bowled.
Yeah, it was a very good slow delivery. There are a lot of face-off deliveries, and probably that's the best way to go. What you don't want to do is give pace to these batters, because they are very good with pace. Anything in the slot, they're going to go for it. Anything not in the slot at the moment, they're going to go for it.
Right up in the block hole and punched away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's just falls short of Josh Little on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He ran to his right, he slid, he dived, he couldn't get his hand underneath it, and it's gone for 4. But it's such a Hardik Pandya shot because it's a Yorker. How does he do that?
Quick hands and strong wrist. That was such quick hands, a bit like, it's a helicopter, we can semi-helicopter. It wasn't a full helicopter. It was a semi-helicopter from Hardik Pandya, and the ball did fly after he got it off the middle of the bat.
I mean, he's bowled a Yorker and he's been smashed through mid-wicket for 4. Another Yorker, brilliantly done from Craig Young, right up in the block and wide Yorker as well. You know, that traditionally is the hardest ball to hit, certainly for 6.
Yeah, very good ball. Great execution. It's not easy to execute a Yorkers against such strong players at the back end of the innings, but he's bowled 2 wonderful deliveries in this over. First a slow ball and then that Yorker.
Here's Young once again. Oh dear, that's too short, and it's pulled and mistimed actually off the toe end of the bat. Little Fields running in from deep mid-wicket and keeps them down to a single. 217 for 4 India. 8 balls to go, and Hardik Pandya has broken his bat.
That bat?
Yeah, that because he gave his best one to
exactly.
Harry Tector.
That bat looks ridiculous. I mean, those edges are probably as big as my calves.
Yeah, I mean,
they're massive.
Looks like a piece of furniture.
Yeah,
really,
it literally is. It's so big. Oh,
put a couple of little pieces of wood at either end, and you could make it into a bench.
Yeah, those are massive edges. But yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. These bats in modern day cricket. You get half of it, it sails 80 meters. You get it out of the middle, it goes 100 meters. I mean,
exactly. I mean, sometimes you want to be, you're hoping for a top edge when you play a hook shot, goes further than the middle. Oh dear, Craig Young is into his delivery stride, and Dinesh Karthik apologises, backs away. But what actually happened is that as he was getting into his gather, or maybe a bit before that, 3-4 yards short of his gather, the cloth that he's used to dry the ball fell out of his waistband, and legitimately that distracted Dinesh Karthik, who's hang on a minute, you can't be doing that. It was an accident, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, that can be very dangerous for the bowler.
Young in again, edge taken behind by Tector, and another consolation wicket. They're all what? It's not out. Everyone heard the nick. Dinesh Karthik's walking. The umpire hasn't given him, and Dinesh Karthik's walking. He said, I know I nicked it. I know I've hit it. You don't have to give me out, umpire. And he's on his way.
The drop, I think that was the dropping of the towel was an obvious attempt. It was a trick by the bowler.
That's the ambush plan we were talking about.
Absolutely, and that's what you got to do to get these batters out. It's come up with something out of the box. Think out of the box, Neil.
I said Harry Tepter. I meant, of course, Lorcan Tucker as the keeper. And Craig Young has a wicket. Dinesh Karthik's gone first ball. And, India collapsing here. 217 for 5.
They are collapsing. They lost 4 wickets in the last 3 overs. But unfortunately, the scorecard says 217 for 5.
They're still on for your 230, aren't they?
I know, absolutely. They still got 7 deliveries. I mean, that can be a bit more than 230. But I'm there and thereabout. Akshar Patel, again. I mean, all the English players would know him pretty well if they travelled to India playing Test cricket last year.
Is he one place too high? Is he? I mean, he'd be a very good number 8. Is he?
I think he's a genuine batter. I think Akshar Patel is a genuine batter. He is as good, not as good, but he can do a job what Jadeja does for India. On his day, he's a terrific hitter of a cricket ball.
Well, he's got last ball. Oh, and he's shown exactly what good. Oh, he's caught to the deep mid-wicket. George Dockrell takes the catch. And Akshar Patel's gone first ball. Full and straight, whipped away, out towards deep mid-wicket. Dockrell takes a very good running catch. Young has his second wicket, I should say. And, India at 217 for 6. 1 over to go.
He hit the ball sweetly. He timed it really well, but straight to the field, unfortunately for Akshar Patel. And you can't really do much when you're just walking in when 7 deliveries are left. You've got to go from the very first delivery, and that's exactly what he tried to do. But Young picking up his 3rd wicket, and in comes Harshal Patel. I don't think he's going to face a lot of deliveries when Hardik Pandya is on strike. He's not going to take a single. And if he does manage to run, he's going to try and take 2s. Or he's going to try and launch every delivery to the boundary here. Adair, who's bowled 3 overs so far, gone for 34, picked up 2 wickets. The last over of this innings, this can get very interesting here.
I bet you £5 they don't run a single at any stage.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Either it's going to be a 2 or it's going to be a boundary. Hardik Pandya is not taking a single. Even if it's a maiden over, he's not taking a single here.
No, he's not taking a single. I think, even first ball of the over, I think they'd turn down a single here. Hardik Pandya's got 1 over left, and I think he wants to hear the call, new balls, please. Adair in, and that's a low full toss, and it's slapped out towards extra cover. Beautifully fielded. Skillful piece of work on the wide, long off boundary. They didn't run. Andy Balbirnie. Did they run?
They didn't run.
He thought it was going for 4.
Yeah.
But Balbirnie, actually, it looked like it was going for 4. It was a low full toss, slashed out towards wide, long off, and Balbirnie has just palmed the ball back in. He knew that he was going over the rope, the skipper, and he's just palmed it back into the field of play, and they didn't run. Oh, they did. They ran 2. Beg your pardon. 219 for 6. And they have now driven it down the ground once more. Again, Hardik Pandya. Balbirnie fields again, and they come back for 2 more. Well, Hardik Pandya is only running because he knows he can get 2.
Yeah, for the previous delivery, I thought they didn't run a run there, but maybe they did.
It's different. Yeah, I thought the reason they didn't run is that it looked for all the money in the world as if it was going for 4. But they did late call to run the first and come back for the second. Round the wicket now, and Hardik Pandya once again punches this one wide of George Dockrell at mid-on, long on, and that's gone for 4. He's just got such strength in his wrists, that bottom hand, Hardik Pandya. I mean, he hits Yorkers better than, or very full-length deliveries, better than anyone I can think of in the game.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And he also goes very, very deep into his crease. That allows him that extra bit of time and extra bit of space to free his arms through those deliveries. And that's exactly what he did on that occasion as well.
225 for 6. Adair in again, and that's full and wide outside the off stump and slapped away out towards deep cover. Very nicely fielded by Andy McBride. And as you're watching the ball and the fielder. It's difficult to quite see whether Hardik Pandya is running or not, and he has run one, because I think he thought that he could come back for the second. It's George Delaney, not Andy McBride, out on the cover boundary.
I think initially he thought he was going for 4, that's why he didn't bother running much. And by the time he ran, he couldn't come back for the second. So his game plan didn't really go well here. And now Harshal Patel will be facing the 5th delivery of the server. And the instructions are, probably he'll going to try and smash it.
Or just run whatever.
Single, yeah.
Round the wicket comes Mark Adair and bowls him, middle stump. He's down on one knee. Harshal Patel, he's trying to play the little lap flick over short, fine leg. And I think it might have been a slower ball as well from Mark Adair. He's played the shot too. It's back of the hand slower ball. Take that. Beautifully bowled. And he has a 3rd wicket, and India are now 7 down. 226 on the board. Hardik Pandya won't face the last ball.
Very good delivery again. Very, very good delivery. Back of the hand slow delivery. And execution was perfect. Harshal Patel going for that scoop, that laugh, trying to be a bit fancy, rather than just getting a single and bringing the captain on strike. That would have been a good option. But in comes Bhuvi Kumar. Let's see if he can finish up with the boundary here. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, he can bat.
Oh, he's played some fantastic. Finishing on 227 for 7. The story of the innings. A record partnership for any wicket in T20 cricket for India, worth 176 between Sanju Samson and Deepak Hooda, who made his maiden century. 104 from 57 balls with 9 fours and 6 sixes. Sanju Samson 77 off 42 with 9 fours and 4 sixes. 10 sixes between them. And well, all things being relative, it feels like the innings has ended in a bit of a whimper for India, but not really. I mean, they've still got 227 on the board, but a very, very special day for Deepak Hooda. And do you know what? I mean, Abhishek Jujunwala, could you honestly say that the Ireland bowlers bowled poorly? You don't get that feeling. It was just remarkable hitting.
I think it was some terrific batting from Sanju Samson and Deepak Hooda. They didn't bowl really too badly here, but it's just two very good players were very good on the particular day, and everything they did, came out of the screws, came out of the middle. And I mean, there's a lot of positives for the bowlers here. They tried to keep things tight, but we all knew it's going to be a difficult task with such quality in the Indian side, and hence India reached that 227 at the end of 20th over. But what now Ireland should do is try and come out there and show what they can, play with a free mind, not have any fear of getting out, and try and chase this total down.
Just a very quick look at the bowling figures. Mark Adair, I would say, is the pick of the bowlers with 3 for 44. But leg spinner Gareth Delaney, for a batting all-rounder, bowled 4 overs of very, very presentable leg spin at a cost of just 43. Josh Little, 2 for 38 from his 4, and Craig Young, 2 for 35 from his 4 as well. Connor Alford, none for 47 in just 3 overs, had a bit of an eye-watering day. And Andy McBride, 1 over of off-spin, which cost 16. India winning the toss, choosing to bat first. And they have finished with 227 for 7. It's going to be a very, very tall order for Ireland. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back with the run chase for you in a few minutes' time.
This is talkSPORT 2, where the season never ends. In the trade, get quality timber at Wickes. Pick up 2.4 metre studwork CLS timber from £4.28 as a Trade Pro member. Terms apply.
Magic is a place like nowhere else. Magic is Cinderella Castle and meeting Mickey and Minnie. Magic is yours at Walt Disney World Resort in Florida. Book your 2023 package by the 27th of July and receive up to $1,200 dining and merchandise credit per room. A 14-day ticket for the price of $7, plus $200 Disney spending money. Book now at disneypackages.co.uk. Participating Disney Resort hotels for selected 2023 arrivals only. Conditions, exclusions and length of stay requirements apply.
At TalkSPORT, we're helping the nation to save money on their broadband. If you're out of contract on your superfast fibre, you could save £338 on average by switching to TalkSPORT. For just $24.45 a month for 24 months and no setup fees. So switch now and save big. Search TalkSPORT. TalkSPORT for everyone. CPI plus 3.7% annual increase from April 2023. Average saving on Fibre 65 versus competitors publicly available out of contract non-promotional pricing on 9th May 22. Ends 30th July, subject to availability.
If you're struggling to get your instrument to perform in the moment, do something about it without the awkward conversations or silences. Perform when you need to with Newman. Clinically proven treatment, order online, discreetly delivered to your door. Visit Newman.com today. NUMAN.com.
Hi, we're Fiverr, a global marketplace of freelancers offering thousands of services. Graphic design, video editing, website development, you name it, there's a freelancer ready to make it happen. Search for the service needed, budget, timeline, and get a list of freelancers with ratings and reviews. Always know what you'll pay up front. No hourly rates, just project-based pricing. And because payment isn't released until you approve the work, you can rest assured you'll get exactly what you want. Ready to grow? Find freelancers now at Fiverr.com.
Who do you trust to help you out? Your best friend? A neighbour? Or your brother's mate Baz, who once watched half a video tutorial? Of course, you could find someone who really does know their stuff. At Trust a Trader. That's why we're here. Type in the job you need doing and we'll find you local tradespeople, reputable and reviewed. So you and Baz can get back to whatever you're good at. Baz, no, not that. You can always trust a trader.
TalkSport
2. Traffic and travel.
Suffolk, the A14 westbound is closed after a collision involving a car and a lorry. It's shut between Rougham at junction 45 and the Bury Eastern interchange, junction 44. In Kent, the M20 coastbound is partly blocked. There's been a collision there between the M25 and Rootham at junction 2. And in Surrey, the M25 anti-clockwise partly blocked for recovery work after a collision. That's happened near junction 12 for the M3. I'm Adam Moore.
New Monday on TalkSport.
Monday night, massive football.
What a start!
Live.
TalkSport's biggest ever season means a maximum football Monday.
Oh, what an overhead kick!
Bigger, better, louder, and more live football than ever.
TalkSport will be there. What a great bit of play.
New season, new Monday.
Monday, match night with full live Monday night football. Starts this August on TalkSport.
Oh, what a move.
Big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as Ireland take on India in the second T20 International.
That's an edges, taking a slip.
On TalkSport 2.
First delivery, cut away. Wow, I say cut, I might be being slightly kind to the batter. This was an outside edge which was flown past first slip and away for 4. As there is in and down the track and caught behind, trying to smash the bowler Kishan up over long on, and he's taken the edge and the keeper's done the rest. India lose their first wicket. They're 13 for 1.
And richly deserved this by Mark Adair. He's bowled magnificently so far in his spell.
15 for 1 here on TalkSport 2 as it's banged in, and Huda says thank you very much for that, and helps the ball up and over the boundary.
What a magnificent shot this is. Absolutely wonderful shot.
That's short, pulled up into the air, out towards deep mid-wicket and all the way.
Sanjay Samson again just using the depth of the crease, going really, really deep back into his crease and pulling it over long on.
Drag down, and that's a help fit yourself kind of shot. Back-to-back sixes, 15 overs in, and India are going to go way in excess of 200 this afternoon here on talkSPORT 2.
Here is Markader, he's bowling right up round the wicket and he hits the base of off stump and he's got a wicket. Well, he started off with a waist-high full toss, and now he's produced a very, very fine delivery from around the wicket, and that has ended the highest ever partnership for any wicket for India in a T20 international. Here's Josh Little, bowls to Huda, who pushes it into the offside, sets off for the easy single, which brings him his maiden T20 international 100. Last ball, and he's shown exactly what could. Oh, he's caught it in deep mid-wicket. George Dockrell takes the catch. And Akshar Patel's gone first ball. And the 20 overs comes to an end, with India finishing on 227 for 7. Actually, it's 225 for 7. I think there's been a recount, bit like a controversial election. There's been a recount between innings, and it seems that India have been credited with 225 for 7 rather than 227 for 7. Right, if you haven't heard the news, and it was widely forecast yesterday, but one of England's greatest ever captains, Owen Morgan, officially announced his retirement from international cricket today, and he's been talking to the media at a little earlier at lunchtime, and he told talkSPORT's John Norman in a long interview that you'll get the chance to hear on many occasions, I've no doubt, as we laud and praise Owen Morgan. But he a little earlier told John that he just knew that the time was right to leave now.
I suppose for the last 3 years I've been very honest and open about the day that my journey will end with the England white ball teams, and that day has come. I've spoken to a lot of people about the transition between, I suppose, retirement and the rest, and how they come to that decision and what it looks like, and the resounding answer from a lot of people was when you know, or the feeling just hits you like a ton of bricks. And for me that feeling came in Amsterdam last week. It's a feeling that I've never had before. It's something that hit me quite hard and was quite a rough day, but given that I could find a way of understanding what it was and what it meant, made it a lot easier. And since that day I've been incredibly proud about my playing career, and captaining the white ball sides for the last 7 years has been an unbelievable privilege to lead a fantastic group of great men and people, and it's made me content.
And you can hear the full interview with Owen Morgan on the Following On podcast, which you'll be able to find. Just go to the talkSPORT app, and you'll be able to find that. You'll also be able to find it on Twitter, and also you'll be able to hear the interview on the Cricket Collective. You can hear it. That's our dedicated cricket show, the Cricket Collective, every Tuesday evening on talkSPORT 2. That's hosted by me, Neil Manthorpe, and Steve Harmison from 8 p.m. But it's also available as a podcast. And there's a brilliant interview with the brilliant Mark Wood. Or I should say there is an interview with the brilliant Mark Wood talking about Owen Morgan's legacy and how he was as a captain. Okay, Ireland need the rather unlikely target of 226, but you never know. Paul Sterling is at the crease, and behind the microphone you'll be for the first 5 overs with Abhishek Jujunwala and John Norman.
Thank you very much, Neil Manthorpe. Well, Ireland need to be in a little bit of a better position than they were after the first over of the first at T20, which was also bowled by Bhuvneshwar Kumar, 1 for 1 after 6 deliveries. I don't think anybody here is going to suggest that Ireland are going to chase this down. Abhishek, I mean, it's you never know, says Neil Manthorpe, but we do, don't we? We do we? Kath, you at the back there? She's still smiling. I mean, I mean, it's just not going to happen, is it?
Yeah. Paul Sterling, even if he gets 100, they're not going to chase 226 here.
Sterling facing first deliveries, beaten outside the off stump. Look, it's just about going out. Essentially, I think Ireland need to go out and just try and enjoy themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly we said at the break of the innings, that what they need to do is go with a free mind and not be worried about getting out, and just go out there and enjoy and play with an open mind and just play freely. If the ball is there, you smash it, and that's exactly what they will probably try and do. At least Paul Sterling would.
Kumar's in. Crunched away to backward point, no run. It's just that. It's a little bit zen, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, just be in the moment. This is what, you know, you're getting paid to represent your country in front of a good crowd against the best side in the world. And this is the last game, so just enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah, we often use a term saying that try and bat with a free mind, clear mind, don't have any preempt thoughts. Very hard to do, very easy to say when you're batting out there.
What? Or you could just smash it for 6, which is exactly what Paul Sterling's just done. He's hit cleaner strikes. It just pops over the boundary, but he's already done better than he did in the first T20. 6 without loss, Ireland.
He held his shape, and also I think he was predicting that Bhuvneshwar Kumar is going to come out, bowl an in-swinger after bowling the first 2 deliveries, taking the ball away from him, and that was stand and deliver. He was in a great position. Just a little shimmy outside the off stump and pick the length early, and off she goes over that mid-wicket area. Great start for Ireland. At the moment they're going at a strike rate of 200. If they can carry that on, they might have a chance to win this game.
6 of that loss then. Sterling readies himself. What's the comeback here from Kumar? Doesn't get hit for 6 often. On the up drive, just over cover point, and that will hit the boundary rope. So, 10 without loss after 4 deliveries. It's on.
Yeah, it is on. It's a lovely shot again from Sterling. Slightly back of length delivery, slower delivery from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. Was a knuckleball. Just taking some pace off, but still managing to get enough to get the ball over the infield and racing it down to the boundary over extra cover. So back-to-back boundaries for Paul Sterling. That's exactly what Ireland needs if they want to get close to that total of 226, which India has put in front of them, batting first.
Kumar is in. Little bit of a movement to the offside is Sterling, and he'll pick up the 3rd boundary of the over. No fielder out there at deep square leg, and Sterling picks his position, places it perfectly, and Ireland, for the first time, are ahead of the strike rate. 40 without loss.
I mean, at this rate, they could do it with the over or 2 to spare.
You never know, Abby. You never know. I've always said it.
Yeah, that's why we love this sport, don't we? Because anything is possible here. All 3 results. Maybe we'll have a super over.
Maybe we will. Well, that's what I was talking about. They haven't got a chance of overturning the result, but a super over definitely on.
Such a great game, cricket.
Last ball of an expensive over. Pitched up and dispatched by Sterling. And that's the best shot of the lot. An absolutely beautiful on the up drive. And incredibly, Ireland are 18 without loss after an over.
That's a great start. A lovely shot again. 4 back-to-back boundaries. A 6 and 3/4 from Sterling's bat. 18 of just 6 deliveries for Sterling. He is really lighting things up here. That was some cracking shot. At this rate, yeah, India have a few things to think about.
Oh, you've got to love this this game. And all the while, Barberni's at the other end. He hasn't even faced a ball yet.
That's a bit of pressure on him now, after Paul Sterling.
Yeah, over to you, mate.
Yeah. Oh, that was a wonderful shot. Just getting down on his back leg, back knee, and hitting it over the extra cover. There was a deep cover fielder, but he has no opportunity to cut that off. Good start. Very good start. That's exactly what needed by Ireland. And Hardik Pandya again opening the bowling from the other end.
Well, his first over was quite expensive on Sunday. 13 coming from it is in and beats Balbirnie. Looks like it's the first ball of the Kumar over. Just a little bit of swing actually. Does that come off the seam?
Yeah, that ball had everything. Great seam position, pace, bounce. I mean, it was a perfect delivery, a perfect start from Hardik Pandya.
That is a beautiful English style.
Yeah.
First ball there.
That's a test match delivery.
It really is. Balboni did well not to edge that.
Straight away a slip. Not first slip, but a bit wideish slip between second and third. And there's a third man.
Yep, third's gone out. There's also a fine leg that might be just running down to long leg. So second ball of Hardik Pandya's over and beats Balboni on the cut. Flat-footed. That was a fraction shorter than the first delivery.
Yeah, be stuck in the crease, Balboni there. Not much movement of his back foot. Just got stuck in the crease and just throw his hand outside the off stump. Very lucky again not to get an edge. Was nowhere close to that delivery. Straight into the gloves of Ishan Kishan.
That was Balboni just taking his guard slightly a couple of paces in front of where it was a second ago. No, he's still deep in the crease and defends back to Hardik Pandya. Fine. Come back over here for India. Ireland still 18 without loss in the second.
A lovely length. Just back of the length delivery, wicket to wicket. A bit of swing, not allowing the batter to get under the ball. No room.
It's actually replicating how Ireland started out earlier today, isn't it?
Yeah. The ball very straight.
Look through the scorecard and essentially the three bowlers with a lot of experience, well, they pulled it back towards the end, but essentially it was Adair, Little and Young with the wickets. Now what's going on here? Oh, well. That reminds me of one of the funniest things I've ever seen on a cricket field, as the umpire loses his hat and his sunglasses, or either that be Pandya's sunglasses, when it down the leg side, and India fortunate there. Balboni slow to get the bat down. If he'd got a little bit of a connection there, that would have whistled away to the boundary for 4. As it was, it came off the pads and the scamper through for a single.
A good stop by Ishan Kishan, very smart. He didn't try and grab the ball, he just put his hand down to get some sort of a contact with the ball and the glove so that the ball doesn't roll to the boundary. Very smart thinking, quick thinking from Ishan Kishan. Getting it on the wrist.
That came off the buckle of the pad there. Either way, the sight of the umpire running after his own hat reminded me, do you remember the test match at the Oval in 2006 where Pakistan didn't come out after tea? Hardik's in short and Sterling is onto that in a flash. 6 from the bat, 25 without loss. He's continuing. That is incredibly his 5th successive boundary.
That is unbelievable batting again. Again picking the length. Hardik Pandya going for a big shot delivery, but he was up for it. Paul Sterling, the fine leg fielder, was inside the 30-yard circle, and that's a very short boundary. 59 meter 6, so the boundary is around 50 meter long. So anything you get, any half the bat is going to go for the boundary.
Down the leg side, and it'll certainly be a second fielder up inside the circle at fine leg. So end of the over, Sterling would take strike for the start of the third, and Ireland are 26 without loss. But so going back 2006, Pakistan are essentially docked 5 points for ball tampering, essentially, and they're incandescent with rage. Inzamam Haq was captain, and they refused to come out. And the crowd didn't know what the hell's going on. I was there as a punter. All we knew was that England came out after tea, Pakistan didn't. England went off, and then about 45 minutes later, England came back out onto the field, Pakistan didn't, and England went off again. Anyway, I think it was Simon Mann, he was working for TMS and still does, great guy. He went up to the dressing room to find out what was going on. I think it was broadcasted live. It was ridiculous, but essentially the game was, I can't remember what they decided, but in the end it was afforded, the win was given to England. I think it might have been then taken back again 2 years later after all the politics got involved. But anyway, it was about an hour or so as Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, start of his second over, this drifts down the leg side and clipped away. 6 boundaries in 6 deliveries from Paul Sterling, and he moves to 28 from 9.
Yeah, again a poor delivery going for the Yorker, but Paul Sterling just flicking it through that fine leg region again. Fine leg inside the 30-yard circuit. He's not missing tonight, Paul Sterling. He's in the mood. You can sense he's in the mood. 28 of just 19. The first 2 deliveries were dots, but since then it's just been boundaries after boundaries for Paul Sterling. He's in the zone, as you say.
Is that fair enough? Is that fair enough to move them?
I tell you what, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar had an exemplary series against South Africa, but there was one match where Van Dusen was dropped in the outfield, and suddenly, as Kumar is in for the first time, as Sterling would take a single, there's no boundary. First delivery in 7 Sterling has faced. He hasn't hit a boundary. It's incredible. 29 from 10. But yeah, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, Russi Van Dusen was dropped badly in the outfield. I'm sure you remember it. And then, as often happens, it kind of like frees the batter up, and suddenly he's going for everything, and everything is coming off. And Kumar did take some tap, actually, and you don't often see that.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. But after that, as you said, everything, and he won the game for his side. He was not middling a single delivery in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. He wasn't middling anything at all, was he?
Absolutely nothing. But after that drop catch, something happened to him.
Balbirnie facing up, but yet to get off the mark, struck on the pad and sent back. Shy at the stumps. There's a hit as well from Harshal Patel, but no run. 31 without loss, Ireland. Anyway, going back to the story. So it's about an hour or 2 after the game has been called off, and so all the TVs are doing their thing, and Geoffrey Boycott and Mark Nicholas are on the outfield, just in front of where we're sitting in what is the OCS stand. And you know what Geoffrey Boycott's like. He's wearing his wide-brimmed hat, and Mark Nicholas is interviewing him, and at that stage a big gust of wind blows his hat off and disappears over the outfield as Balbirnie is down on one knee and trying to essentially just lap scoop this over his shoulder, but no connection again. He's faced, I mean, what contrasting innings we have for you here on talkSPORT 2. We've got Paul Sterling, who's faced 10 deliveries and is 29 not out. At the other end, Balbirnie has faced an over of deliveries and is yet to get off the mark.
And that's cricket. He's just struggling at the moment, Balbirnie. He's trying desperately to get bat and ball, but just he's not managing to do it. But on the other end, as you said, it's been free-flowing Paul Sterling, striking at the strike rate of 290, giving some hope to his side.
Balbirnie moves away, and Kumar follows him, and again he's dealt painful blow in the chest region and the arm. 7 deliveries now, no runs scored, 31 without loss.
Yeah, this required rate is going to climb every over here, and that ball, he got a bottom edge into his inner thighs, or maybe in the parts where it's unmentionable, but
the unmentionables that get mentioned a lot. Okay, 1 ball left of the third. Ireland 31 without loss, and Balbirnie finally gets bat on ball, and he gets it all the way as well. Well, it looked like an ugly shot. The batter himself was shaking his head, probably more to do with the struggles in the balls that led up to that maximum, but just about gets the ball over the rope, just backward a square on the leg side. It's 6 to finish the over, and Ireland chasing 226, a 37 without loss.
The required rate and the current run rate, it's pretty much there. They're doing the job. If they can keep going the way they are at the moment, it's going to be difficult once the power play is over. It'll be very difficult to go at a strike rate of 13, 14 with the quality of spinners India's got in their armory, with the Bishnois and the Akshar Patel. But so far so good. The batting with the free mind, no fear, going after the bowling. And there's some quality bowlers in the Indian lineup. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar has been taken to the cleaners by both batters so far.
Yeah, his 2 overs have gone for 29. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, that's incredible. Ireland actually well ahead of where India were at the same stage. India actually at the 5-over stage was 39 for 1. We've had 3 overs and Ireland already 37 without loss as Hardik Pandya is in, and Sterling again on the move, but just take a leg by. Neil Manthorpe 3 overs ago saying you never know. I hope that my wildly dismissive tones are played back to me for the rest of my time at talkSPORT 2, after Ireland successfully chased down 226 and Manners dropped it into conversation at every single possible moment for the rest of our friendship, because we could be in for an absolute treat here. Especially if Sterling continues as we've seen so far. Balboni it is though, who's facing up as Pandya beats him again. Flat-footed. Attempted. Well, if he'd connected with the ball and the ball had gone where he intended it to, it would have been a delightful on the up, back-footed cover punch for 4. But it wasn't. It was almost like when you're playing a computer game and you press the wrong button. He misses that by some distance. And he's still continuing to struggle despite that last ball 6 from the last over. Balboni. But he's still there. That's the important thing, isn't it?
It's just a matter of 1 or 2 boundaries. Things can change completely.
Moves away, frees his arms, and smacks that over long off for 6. Well, that's the shot. That's easily the best shot he's played today. He doubles his score. And Ireland are 44 without loss here on talkSPORT 2. Midway point of the 4th over.
Yeah, was in the slot. Gave himself a bit of room, and then up she goes over that mid-off fielder. Wonderful shot. Great extension of hands again. And was in a very, very strong position. Very strong base when he played that shot as well.
Here's the follow-up. Dug in, swivel pull, and that's going to reach the boundary, is it? No, fielder at deep square leg does really well, hurls the ball in as well to prevent the second. That was another good looking shot from Balboni. Not a great ball from Hardik Pandya. Got away with that one a little bit. Ireland 45 without loss.
Going very well here, 45 of just 3.4 overs. The pitch is looking very good to bat. I mean, if they carry on, still think it's going to be very difficult for them to chase 226 down, but they'll do a great effort. They'll take a lot of positives if they can get to that 180, 190 mark. And that will give them a lot of confidence going forward whenever they play their next T20 or one-day internationals.
Well, we've got all of their one-day internationals and quite a lot of their T20s coming up on talkSPORT 2 this summer. Delighted to say short ball dug in, just evades the diving fielder at square leg inside the circle, and the fielder herring around from fine leg. And that is another boundary to Sterling, who moves to 33. Ireland 49 without loss.
The 50 is going to come up in a real quick time here. Still not done with the 4th over. They're on 49 again. A short delivery pulled, not timed perfectly, but enough to get to the boundary. Ravi Bishnoi with a valiant effort to try and stop the ball. And Paul Sterling just couldn't stop hitting boundaries here. 33 of just 12 deliveries so far.
Oh, this is terrific stuff. Down the leg side by Pandya. And while Sterling will feel like he's missed out, there's no connection, nothing on the ball at all. Fielded well behind the stumps by Kishan. And a wide has been signalled. The 50 up for Ireland, incredibly. He's still got a ball left of the 4th over.
Yeah, it's just surreal, really, the way they have batted so far. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of spin, maybe. Akshay Patel next over. With the fast bowler has been too easy for the batters.
Down the track and beaten this time by Sterling. That really would have been a truly extraordinary shot if he'd connected. Again, on the move, on the up, attempted cover drive, lofted, but he misses. So it's a dot ball. That's the end of the 4th over, 50 without loss.
But he predicted it right, that Hardik Pandya is going to try and bowl a bit fuller after bowling a couple of short deliveries, which went one to the boundary. The next one was a wide delivery. So his plan was absolutely right, but just couldn't execute. Couldn't get bat and ball involved on that occasion. But we'll have to wait and see who's going to be the bowler, who's going to be bowling the 5th over. They might go for a spin to just try and change things up a little bit, not give them much pace to work with, try and force them to use their power and pace to try and hit the ball. So we'll have to wait and see. We still can't see who's going to bowl. But so far, Ireland have done an exceptional job. They're going at 12.5 and over, which is exactly what they need. Maybe a bit less to get to that total of 115, but it's going to be Harshal Patel who's going to be bowling the 5th over.
Yep, Harshal Patel. Axar Patel was expensive. He only bowled 1 over on Sunday. So we're going to have pace for the 5th over. Crunched away by Balbirnie. Fine diving stop by Bishnoi in the covers. That prevents another boundary. I don't think there's a fielder outside of those two.
It was nicely timed, but as you said, very good stop from Ravi Bishnoi in covers. Definitely stopped a few runs for the side. They need to stop every run possible right now, the way Ireland is going. 50 already of 4.1 overs.
Patel wide of the crease, and Balbirnie gives himself room and is beaten. Harshal Patel, he's very often you see these very young, talented guys coming through the system, but India, they don't mind bringing in people who are advanced in years as well, bowlers. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And Harshal Patel is one of those. He had a real breakthrough IPL in September, didn't he? He actually had a really good IPL.
Yeah. He's got 2020. No, he had a very good IPL in 2015. You're
15,
right.
but it was the one last year that really brought him back into the attention of the selectors. A shot at the stumps from Pandya, I think that was. No, it was Bhuvneshwar Kumar fielding inside the circle. Fine leg, but misses. 50 without loss still.
Yeah, he's been in the domestic circuit for a very, very long time, playing for Haryana, and I played a lot of matches against him when he was a lot younger. And since then, he's really developed a lot of deliveries. He's worked really, really hard on his slower deliveries, the Yorkers and the variations, and hence he's been so successful in the shorter format in the last couple of years.
Well, yet to concede a run. Yorker, slower ball as well, I think. Clipped away by Sterling. It just dipped, didn't it? We see that so often in IPL cricket. 174 needed from 92 if you're listening to talkSPORT 2. 52 without loss, Ireland, after 4.4 overs.
And not very often you see him going for a lot of runs, and he's bowled some exceptional spells in the IPL and managed to win a lot of games for his respective side in the last few seasons. He had a breakthrough season in 2021 when he was the highest wicket taker, the purple cap holder.
Yeah, 32 wickets. Again, slower Yorker and a wide one as well. That has completely and utterly bamboozled Balbirnie, who was winding up for the big smash over mid-off, but then realised it was just, it wasn't going to bounce, essentially. And then he tried at the last minute just to prod the ball into the offside, but flummoxed. No run. What a brilliant over this has been from Harshal Patel so far. 1 ball remaining. Can he get out of it? 52 without loss, Ireland. Balbirnie has been a bit boom or bust really in his innings. Whoa, that's a horrible delivery from Harshal Patel. It's given the treatment. It's gone into the posh seats, and I think that might be called a no ball for height as well. That was way over waist high. It has been called as a no ball, and so that is going to be an expensive end to the over. We're still going to see another delivery, of course. Helped around for 6, and the score 59 without loss. And we're going to get a free hit.
Yeah, that's a horrible delivery. It just didn't get its execution right on that occasion. And we often talk about how important it is to finish well in T20 cricket, especially as a bowler. Doesn't matter what you've done in the first 5 deliveries, is what you do in the last delivery of the over. All the good work he's done in the first 5 deliveries was ruined by just 1 delivery. Still looks good, just gone for a 8 if he can bowl a good delivery here.
Well, it has been absolutely launched into the sky, and it's just going to clear the boundary as well. In fact, it's nearly taken out one of the ground staff, which is pretty poor going when you consider how much work they did to get us a game on Sunday. But wow, well, we were wondering if he was going to get out the over, and the answer is, well, no, because he went for 7 and then 6, and that means that Ireland, incredibly, is just lose the scorecard at the precise moment I need it. 65 without loss,
yeah,
after 5 overs of some of the most entertaining cricket I've seen all year. And as we get a final word from this 5-over stint from Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, and a crossover to Neil Manthorpe for the next 5 overs, it does prove, as I've always said, when it comes to cricket, you never know.
13 runs of one bad delivery from Harshal Patel. That's how he finished his over. He went for 1 run of his first 5 and then 13 of the last delivery. Oh, but that's been a terrific shot, the batting from both Paul Sterling and Balbirnie. Absolutely brilliant. I think India will be under a bit of pressure still. It'll be difficult for them to win it from here, but at least they are in the right course here, Neil.
65 without loss from 5 overs. Alongside me, Kath Dalton, formerly of Ireland, and perhaps you haven't announced your international retirement, so you never know. There's time for a recall. Currently with Essex. Are you excited?
I'm forever the optimist, as I said on Sunday. So this is a great start, isn't it? Sterling and Balbirnie, joy to watch so far. Not that I'm being biased at all.
I tell you what, it's been an unbelievable innings from Andy Balbirnie in many ways. Ravi Bishnoi's into the attack, leg spin, come and go. He has been pumped straight back over his head, slightly too short. Paul Sterling moves up to 40 from 15 balls.
And wow, what a shot that was. Pure power off the back hip, little swivel as he hit it, and it's just gone straight out of the ground for 6. Unbelievable shot.
Absolutely extraordinary. I was talking about Andy Balbirnie because he's struggled, but he's hit 4 sixes. He's got 25 off 17 balls with 4 sixes and no 4s. I think they were the only 4 balls that he middled.
He just looks like he's struggled in comparison to Paul Sterling, who has been going absolutely crazy. We were saying before the innings, before the start of play, in fact, that Sterling hadn't scored against the big name teams, and here he is, 40 or 15 deliveries.
It's only the second time he's reached 20 in 18 innings against the major test playing nations in 2020 cricket. Quite extraordinary. Here's Bishnoi down the leg side, and a pull and a miss from Paul Sterling, but it's okay. He'll get another go because it's down the leg side. It's called a wide.
Yeah, we're seeing India a little bit rattled here, aren't we, for the first time?
Yeah, they do. That's exactly right. They do look rattled. Good job they got 225 on the board. Pull shot again from Sterling, misses it, hits him on the pad. Bounces out behind square on the leg side. Ishan Kishan takes the glove off and picks it up. No run, dot ball.
Yeah, he's bowled a googly there and just misjudged there by Paul Sterling, but I love his aggression. He's just carrying on going, and that's exactly what he needs to do if Ireland are going to get close to that score.
5 4s and 3 6s to Paul Sterling. Bishnoi in. Sweep shot as LBW appeal. Very confident. Now, where did it hit him? Outside the line of off stump? I think that is what the umpire, Jareth McCready, is suggesting. There is a consultation now about whether to review this, and I think they've decided against it. Well, they've run out of time now.
Yeah, I think Bishnoi knew that was outside the line. A sweep by Sterling. Again, he's going for his shots, but his pad was outside off stump as he went to hit that, so outside the line, and probably a good decision not to go for that one.
Paul Sterling scored 100 at the beginning of the blast for the Birmingham Bears off 43 balls. And he was going at this pace.
Oh, they've taken the review.
Well, they ran out of time.
It did seem they had.
The timer was on 0 for 3 seconds. So they've taken the review, and I'm sure it's hit him outside the line. It was a googly, wasn't it?
Thank you.
It was a googly, yes.
Okay, there's no bat involved.
Bats and gloves. Okay, there's no bat involved.
Paul Reynolds,
ball tracking, please.
The third umpire. It's given not out, and I don't think it's pitched in line of off stump. Okay, well, impact.
Pitching outside off, impact is outside. Jareth, I need to just stick with your original decision of not out.
Isn't it amazing? Even
now,
the world's best professional cricketers, bowlers in particular, become confused by the fact that the ball was going to hit the stumps. And it was. It was a googly. It was going to hit middle. pitching outside, impact outside, off stump, bowled in this time. Bit of a wild hoik from Paul Stirling at the end of a remarkable innings of 40 from 17 balls. Well, I mean, he was in 6th gear, and you know, some cars have 7 gears, and Paul Stirling would certainly have been in 7th if he had that option, and he just kept going. And it's all very well now to say, why didn't he just, you know,
knock it around?
But they need 226 to win, that's why.
Yeah, this is true, but I think Paul Stirling was probably Ireland's best chance of getting anywhere near that total, and well, 3 deliveries in that over. You felt he was bowling googlies, Bishnoi, and Paul Stirling didn't really have an answer to it. He went for a sweep and he twice tried to hit it off the back foot, and then he's eventually got bowled. So maybe, I feel probably poor game management there by Stirling. I definitely feel like he could have knocked it to the boundary riders and just rotated, to be honest.
Not his style though, is it?
No, this is true, although he looks very disappointed walking off.
Yeah, indeed. Gareth Delaney, who I thought bowled 4 overs of very, very respectable and presentable leg spin. I know they cost 43, but a total of 225 for 7. Thought he bowled beautifully, and he's coming in at number 3, and he's got a career strike rate of 135.
Yeah, Gareth Delaney's a big hitter of a cricket ball. I've seen some games that he's played in, and he can seriously hit it. I think it was against the UAE. He got quite a lot of runs at the back end of that game, a T20 game in the winter, and I've seen him hit some big old 6s, that's for sure.
Well, Andy Balbirnie, the skipper, is on 25 off 17, and 24 of those runs have come in 6s. So he's only played 5 scoring shots out of 17 balls. Bishnoi in, that keeps very low to Gareth Delaney, and I'm not sure whether he's just got a leg bye behind square on the leg side, or whether that came off the bat. But how about that? I mean, the skipper he's played 5 scoring shots out of 17 balls.
Maybe he had a big lunch, doesn't want to run between the wickets.
That's just amazing. Bishnoi in the side for Yuzvendra Chahal, another googly, and it's punched off the back foot by the skipper Balbirnie. Straight back to the bowler defensively, and there's no run. The 6th over comes to an end. Ireland are 73 for 1 after 6 overs, needing 226 to win. India won the toss, chose to bat first, made 227 for 7 in the second T20 International. Coming to you from the village in the grounds of Malahide Castle, just outside Dublin. A century for Deepak Hooda, 104 from 57 balls, and Ireland are on course.
They are. I'm still optimistic with these 2 in, and obviously Harry Tector with a wonderful knock in the last innings, in form Harry Tector, so there's a little bit of batting still to come from this Ireland side, but that over by Bishnoi, only going for 7 and taking the crucial wicket of Paul Stirling, has just taken the game a little bit away from Ireland. It's amazing how in T20 cricket that can happen.
The man the crowd wanted to see live, Umran Malik. And what a cheer there was from this Indian contingent, which represents the majority of the crowd. The fastest bowler in the world at the moment, Umran Malik, is in, and the first delivery is full and outside off stump, and pushed, dare I say, tentatively by Gareth Delaney into the covers for none.
Yeah, he can bowl seriously quick, this guy, can't he? Have you ever had a cheer like that for you, Neil?
No. I can safely say no. I haven't. Crowd of around 7,000 or 8,000 in today, and when the stadium announcer said Umran Malik is the new bowler, it was a very, very clear, distinctive cheer, and that one has beaten Delaney for pace. Hits him on the back thigh. That one will sting. He tried to pull it through the leg side, and just too quick.
Show no pain, Delaney, show no pain. Yeah, he can bowl seriously quick. That's beating him for pace there a little bit. But when you haven't faced this kind of speed that much in cricket, it can take a few balls to get used to it.
Yeah, look on his face as if he'd just been punched in the stomach by the world heavyweight champion. He's taken a Tyson Fury full swing to the stomach. It's just, you could see the air deflating out of his body as that one hit him. Here is Umran Malik again, bowls, and good length delivery on the off stump, pushed out towards mid-off, and a direct hit. Surya Kumar Yadav, I think that is, and I think he's got his man as well. I think Delaney's been run out. It's been referred to the third umpire by Rolly Black, but is it? I think it was Surya Kumar Yadav. What a brilliant piece of, was it Captain Hardik Pandya, was it? Still can't see who picked up, but what a brilliant piece of fielding at mid-off. And I'm pretty sure he's got his man. Oh, he has by a yard. Delaney is gone. And he was very, very keen to take the single, having just been hit the previous delivery. And he set off immediately, even though he'd hit it straight to mid-off. Fantastic work, it must be said, by Hardik Pandya, the skipper. An attacking pick-up and release almost in one motion. And Delaney's gone. Fourth ball run out.
Yeah, it was a fabulous bit of fielding there in the ring. When you do hit it to field it in the ring, and they are world-class players, you do take a risk, but I feel like he wanted to get off strike there. And the best place to watch a fast bowler is at the other end. So Harry Tector comes in form, Harry Tector. So this will be a crucial partnership now. This is the partnership that Ireland need to fire if they're going to get close.
Here is Umran Malik once again up to the crease now. Bowls short, pulled away, hooked for six. First delivery. Harry Tector, take that, Umran Malik. You bowl your Andy Balbirnie, I beg your pardon. It's not, they crossed, of course. And Andy Balbirnie's hit his fifth six.
He's raining sixes today.
Just amazing. He hasn't hit a four. That's only his sixth scoring shot, and he's got 31.
Unbelievable shot, especially at that pace. Banged it in short, and he's just helped it on its way. When it is quick and you do get into a strong, powerful position, it can go for a big six. It can go the distance. Lovely shot.
Straight powerfully out towards, that time it is Surya Kumar Yadav at cover, and there's no run. Do you know what I mean? Delaney beaten for pace, hit on the back thigh. He's thinking, this isn't nice, I need to get down the other end.
Yeah, pace can unsettle even the best of players. I know we've seen some incredible spells from Brett Lee, Dale Steyn, Sherbakter, to name a few, over the years, and someone's got pace, it does unsettle you.
Umran Malik up to the crease once again. Bowls. Oh, that's short and wide. A cut shot attempted from Andy Balbirnie, but again, he's beaten for pace. Just comfortably beaten for pace. And Umran Malik wondered whether he heard a noise and appealed, but not out, says the umpire, and rightly so. 79 for 2. Fastest bowler in the women's games, South Africa's Shabnim Ismail.
That's correct.
She bowls at about 125 kilometres an hour, which is...
yeah.
Sort of high 70s, early, it's approaching 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, approaching 80 miles an hour. In fact, there's never been a female to hit that magic 80 mile an hour mark yet. So, one to watch out for in the future, I'm sure. But yeah, pace. I love watching a fast bowler. I don't know about you, Neil, but it's glorious to watch.
Leg spinners and fast bowlers, especially fast bowlers who can swing it as well. That's why I enjoyed Dale Steyn so much.
Absolutely.
Well, Ireland are 79 for 2 after 7 overs. They need 147 more to win off 78 balls. India made 225 for 7 in their 20, winning the toss and choosing to bat first. And I have to say, we have not been short of entertainment in this game.
Absolutely not. And I think Harry Tector coming in now, he's got to work out where his scoring options are and look to hit them as much as possible against Bishnoi.
Ravi Bishnoi, another googly, and that one is punched off the back foot down to long on for a single by Harry Tector. So either he's still using his own bat, or He spent the 24 hours between the last game when Hardik Pandya gave him one of his handcrafted bespoke bats, and he's put his own stickers on it. His own sponsor stickers.
I think the latter.
Ravi Bishnoi in once more, and this time punched off the back foot by Balbirnie for a single. I'm semi-obsessed with the fact that that's just his 7th scoring shot. 5 sixes and 2 singles. And he's up to 32.
Just incredible. I love the freedom that they're playing with at the moment. It's great to watch.
Oh, that's short from Bishnoi. That's a real drag down, and it's only going to cost a single as it's slapped off the back foot out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Yeah, Bishnoi's bowling basically every delivery is a googly, so it'd be interesting to see if he does use his leg spinner at some stage during his spell.
Bishnoi in and stumped. He's out, stumped. And Ishan Kishan is teasing Andy Balbirnie. Balbirnie is, I'm not even exaggerating here, it almost looks like he's trying to take a run. He's, 3 yards out of his crease? Ishan Kishan caught the ball in his gloves, didn't take the bails off immediately, and just teased him. Said, "Go on then, you going to try and get back?"
That was completely bizarre, wasn't it? I'm not sure I've seen that in international cricket before. Definitely in club cricket when people can't be bothered to get back. But
do you know what's so good about it? Is that Balbirnie turned round, saw that the keeper had taken it cleanly, and then thought about trying to make his, and just didn't try to regain his ground.
Oh, hold on now.
Is it a no ball?
A no ball?
It's a no ball!
And it's a free hit.
Oh my goodness me, Ravi Bishnoi is... Well, do you know what was so funny is that Balbirnie thought, shall I try and get back? I'm just going to make a fool of myself. So he put his bat under his arm and walked off before Ishan Kishan took the bails off. And now he's got a reprieve.
Incredible scene.
Bishnoi in, the sweep shot attempted from Andy Balbirnie. Would have been a wide if he'd left it alone. Hit him a long way outside leg stump. They have taken a leg by. Incident a ball at the moment. Massive entertainment. Lots and lots of fun. Exactly what the kind of spectacle that Cricket Ireland and the players would have been hoping for with the visit of the mighty India for 2 T20 internationals, both of which have been live and exclusive ball by ball right here on talkSPORT 2. Another googly from Ravi Bishnoi, and it's whipped away with a straight bat through mid-wicket, fielded by Akshar Patel. Another single. Ireland are 85 for 2. 85 for 2 in the 8th over.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And Bishnoi bowls quick spin as well. That delivery up to 61 miles an hour. So I think Ireland just need to see him off in the best sense.
Bishnoi in once more. Very wide of the off stump and half volley length. Cover drive attempted. And Andy Balbirnie has got a thick bottom edge because it was another googly. And has dragged it back past his stumps for just a single. It's exactly what Bishnoi was asking him to do there. He's deliberately tossed that one up wide, hasn't he? Wide outside the off stump. So go on, drive that. And because it's a googly, he spun it off the bottom edge. 8 overs gone. Ireland are 86 for 2. They're ahead of where India were at this stage.
Incredibly, they are. Hard to believe that. But yeah, Ireland giving it a real good go here. And Bishnoi has been the pick of the bowlers, bowling all his googlies so far, and he hasn't actually bowled a leg spinner to date. Only going for 13 off his 2 overs so far.
I'm very glad that you said that, because I was beginning to doubt myself, thinking I must have missed a leg spinner or two, but they've all been googlies.
I have.
Imran Malik in once again. That is back of a left outside the off stump, and I'm just chuckling because Andy Balbirnie has had a swing at it, and he's very late on it, and I'm just wondering how often he would have faced bowling close to 150 kilometres an hour in his career.
Probably not very often. I mean, there are not many bowlers in the world can get up to those kind of speeds, so certainly wouldn't be happening very often, but he should buy a lottery ticket tonight, I think, Andy Balbirnie.
Here's Imran Malik once again. That's short and pulled out towards deep square leg, and I think it's gone all the way. It has. He was on the back foot waiting for it, I reckon. What a shot. A remarkable cricket shot again, I think they're on the back foot waiting. Balbirnie has now got half a dozen maximums, and you have to believe that he's waiting for the short ball. I mean, and setting himself for it.
That was an absolutely incredible shot. He's actually almost played that half and half, nearly a front foot pull, and that has gone out of the ground. 91 mile an hour, that delivery, and Balbirnie's gone, thanks very much, I'll take 6 there.
I am now officially obsessed with the fact that Andy Balbirnie has played 8 scoring shots. 6 of them have been sixes and 2 singles. Truly extraordinary.
Shows when he does get hold of it, it certainly goes, it stays hit. He's hit some terrific shots off the back foot in particular.
For the first 12 balls, he was timing it like a sundial on a cloudy day, wasn't it? Just hopeless. Couldn't find the middle. Sorry, Kathy. 27 balls he's faced. He's hit 6 sixes and 2 singles, and he's on 39. And now full and wide and driven through extra cover for 4 more. Well, Umran Malik, not happy with being hooked or pulled for 6, has tried to go full and straight, and he's bowled a half volley and been driven through cover for 4.
This was actually a very, very good shot. Although he still looks a little bit late on it, he's played it with a lovely straight bat. Just opened the face, in fact, on point of contact, and that's raced across this field. 93 mile an hour delivery, and if you get your shape right against this sort of speed, it does fly off your bat.
Quick outfield too, now that it's dry. Here is Imran Malik once again. Looks for the Yorker and pretty much finds it. Very, very full. Not quite a Yorker. And Balbirnie's able to steer it up to mid-on and scramble through for a quick single. Ireland are 97 for 2. We haven't finished the 9th over.
I know, it's wonderful to see that they're chasing it. They're giving it a go, and the speeds in this over have been absolutely remarkable.
Do you know what? Even if they collapse now and even if they're bowled out for 150 and lose by 70, the mere fact that after 8.4 overs we are seriously contemplating one of the biggest upsets in T20 international history is a remarkable achievement. That's full and wide down the leg side. A wide has been called, and he'll have to bowl that one again. Do you know what I mean? That chasing 226, you'd have thought at no point will we think Ireland could actually do this, but we now are thinking that.
And the players in the side will be thinking they can do it. This is the thing, in these sides they believe anything is possible. You know, that they don't go out there and expect to lose. Well, we expect them maybe not to get close, but if you're a player you think, no, I've got the ability to get Ireland across the line here. So
Imran Malik, fast right arm over the wicket, and he's hit the batsman on the pad, so there's a bit of a desperate appeal for leg before wicket. That was missing quite possibly a 5th stump down the leg side if it hadn't hit the batsman on the pads, and they trot through for a comfortable leg bye.
I was going to say it's not hitting a second set of stumps.
Yeah.
But when you're going for runs, you just appeal for everything when you're a fast bowler.
Imran Malik bowled 1 over for 18 in the first of these T20 internationals. That was reduced to 12 overs a side. And he's now bowled 10 balls, and he's gone for 19 now, actually. That's a better delivery. That is a good old regulation, hit the top of off stump delivery, and it's dropped down on the offside. They set off for a single. Surya Kumar Yadav throws the stumps down. Batsmen have made their ground comfortably, and he concedes an overthrow as a result. And after 9 overs, Ireland are 100 for 2, chasing 226. And sort of rather flippantly said it would be one of the greatest upsets in T20 international history. There have been a few over the years, none bigger than the opening game of the 2009 T20 World Cup when the Netherlands beat England at Lord's. But this would be right up there.
It certainly would. That was one Stuart Broad would like to forget, I'm sure. But 100 off 9 overs, I'm not sure how many times Ireland would have done that in T20 cricket over the years. So, being a former Irish player, I'm getting a little bit excited here, actually.
So they need 126 off 11 overs. I mean, 10 years ago we would have scoffed at the prospect of any team scoring that many off 11 overs. But not anymore. It's a new world.
It certainly is. The game has changed dramatically, hasn't it? And I think a few years ago you wouldn't have seen a leg spinner come on and bowl all googlies, that's for sure. So things are adapting and people are thinking outside the box a little bit.
Akshar Patel with his left arm spin is into the attack. The first delivery is cut away behind square on the offside. Too much width. Dinesh Karthik is sweeping on the cover boundary. Remember, Ishan Kishan's keeping. And Dinesh Karthik is unable to cut it off. That's a very fine cricket shot. I say width outside the off stump. I'm talking 6 inches outside the off stump.
Yeah, Balbirnie almost batting on leg stump there, and it allowed him to free his hands outside off stump.
What?
Akshar Patel in once again. Better delivery. Slightly fuller. Couldn't cut that one, Balbirnie, who's 48 off 31 balls. 48 off 31 balls. With 2 4s and 5 6s. 6 6s. That one is driven square of the wicket on the offside. And there's no run. It's gone straight to the fielder.
Just needs to keep going here, Balbirnie. Keep being aggressive. Keep being positive.
Akshar Patel in again, and he's got a thick inside edge to this one as it's darted in towards him. He gets a single out to deep backward square leg.
It's funny though, when you are positive like Balbirnie's been, and he's certainly had his luck so far this innings, you do seem to get a little bit more lucky, I feel, in T20 cricket.
2 4s and 6 6s for Andy Balbirnie. Tell you what, I dare say he would never have got to 48 before, 49 before, having given up so many dot balls. Quite extraordinary. And this time it's punched off the back foot by Harry Tector towards long on, and they go through for an easy single.
And the thing is, if Balbirnie is the one that's going, Harry Tector, not that he's got a huge amount of time, but he does have a few more deliveries to get himself in and support his partner.
Balbirnie looking for a half century, and it's driven through the offside, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Dinesh Karthik is wearing a beanie, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that, because you don't see it very often in international cricket. In fact, it raises eyebrows at club cricket level. Balbirnie reaches 50 from 34 balls, with 2 4s and 6 6s. Brilliant innings, mostly. When he's middled it, it's been brilliant, but I tell you what, he's had a few edges along the way. 10 overs gone, 107 for 2. Another word from Kath Dalton, and then it'll be John Norman and Abhishek Jujunwala for the next 5 overs.
Yeah, fabulous knock there by Balbirnie, and got a little bit lucky, but that's what happens when you play positive and you play with a great intent, aggressive intent. And this is set up for a fabulous middle overs spell here, so excited to see what happens with Harshal coming on to bowl.
Well, Harshal's first over went for 14. Incredibly, that Delaney duck, the 4th batter to be dismissed for a duck in a game which essentially has so far had the best part of 350 runs from 30 overs. Crazy. Right, 119 needed, 60 balls to get them in. I mean, that's well, I didn't expect to be saying that, to be honest, with 8 wickets in hand. First delivery from Harshal Patel, and that's beautifully played through the offside for 4. Here we go again, Abhishek.
It's very doable. It's 12 and over, just around 12 and over, which in T20 cricket with 8 wickets in hand on an absolute belter of a pitch with short boundaries is doable, John.
I
didn't expect to say that either.
Especially if you serve up half volleys outside off stump, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, there's too many slow deliveries from Harshal Patel. As a batter, if I was batting against him, which I have, at that point he never used to bowl that many slow deliveries, I would just play him as a slow bowler who bowls the odd quick deliveries. Yeah.
There was his quicker delivery. It's like the opposite, isn't it? Down to one knee, hoisted up and over, and into the crowd for 6. And I think he spilt a gentleman with a white shirt's drink as well.
This could finish in a canter here, with an over or 2 to spare. That's an unbelievable batting from Balbirnie again. He knew he's going to try and bowl a slower delivery, just ramping him over that fine leg fielder. 66 metre long 6. 10 of the first 2 deliveries. The pressure is on India. The pressure is on Harshal Patel, who's been very expensive so far.
24 from 8 deliveries. Harshal Patel. Am I right in saying that he once went for 37 in an over?
Yeah, he did. Highest ever in the IPL history. I think that was in 2016, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, it's 37. It doesn't happen very often.
Has it ever happened before?
37? No, 37. 6 sixes get you to 36. There was a no ball in it. 37. That's unbelievable.
Well, we've had 10 from 2. I'm not suggesting that we're going to see 38 today. There's going to have to be a couple of no balls for that to happen. But wow, how are we here? 109 needed from 58. Patel is in. Oh, that's clubbed away again. Straight to the fielder. Short wide. It was a drag down. If the batter had left it alone, it would have been called a wide. And he's picked out the fielder. Oh, what a way to go. Ireland 117 for 3.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame. That ball was there to be hit. A couple of yards here and there, that ball was going to the boundary. Straight to the fielder. Ravi Bishnoi at deep covers. Didn't have to move an inch. And straight down his throat. Wonderful knock. 60 of 37 deliveries from the skipper, Balbirnie. 7 sixes, 3 fours. Ireland loses their 3rd wicket. Just 10.3 overs, 117. This match is still on, you would think, but with that wicket, you would just assume that they lost a bit of touch.
Well, they've certainly lost some experience, haven't they?
Yeah.
If you look at the bowling card, the wickets were taken by the experienced 3 at the top of the order. You know, they were expensive, but Adair took 3 wickets, Little 2, and the same for Craig Young. For the second match in a row, took 2 wickets and 2 balls. That's pretty extraordinary in itself. But, Balbirnie and Sterling have said if Ireland were going to even just enjoy their afternoon, and they certainly have done that, they were going to have to score some runs. And in fairness, Abhishek, they have. They've scored 100 runs between them. 40 from 18 deliveries from Sterling. Balbirnie 60 from 37. But we've got some new batsmen in, and that's a nicely taken cover drive there from the new batter. Fielded well at mid-off, so it would just be a single. 108 needed from 56 deliveries. It's Harry Tector at one end, 6 not out. But Ireland, if they're going to come close, they're going to have to rely on some of the new guard.
Yeah, I think Harry Tector needs to again play an innings the way he batted in the previous match. So he's got to just carry on from where he left. As I said, 12 and over is doable in T20 with short boundaries and an absolute belter of a pitch to bat on.
Yeah, Tector took 64 not out, top score for Ireland on Sundays. This one is clipped nicely for a single. Actually, it was Tucker and Tector who are at the crease at the moment, who took Ireland away 22 for 3 when they came together.
Yeah.
And they scored 50 for the 4th wicket between them. And then Tector was still there at the end of the 12 over thrash. 119 for 3 Ireland. 1 ball left of the 11th over. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and on YouTube as well, talkSPORT's channel. As Tector is down the track. There's a shy at the stumps by Kishan. And if he'd hit, then Tucker, I think it would have been run out there, but he missed. So it's all going on there. But at the end of it, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, and it's ended up with a dot ball, and they're saying the impact was inside the line. That's what Ishan Kishan is saying in Hindi. And they've gone for a review here.
Well, that's an incredible decision, because I thought the appeal at first was for caught behind.
Yeah.
It clearly came off the pad. Now, I can't believe they're going for caught behind. So they must be going for leg before wicket. But again, point of impact looked way off.
Yeah, he was so far down the track as well. And if you're out by 3 meters, the decision straight away get nullified. So we'll have to wait and see. But Ishan Kishan was very confident that the ball did hit him in line. So we'll have to wait and see. But I doubt that was the case.
Well, he took a huge step across the crease.
What was he thinking?
Now, was there an inside edge off the bat onto the pad?
Okay, that. Bat is close to the ball. Can we just go to ultra edge, please?
Maybe this is a review for...
Thank you. Okay, there's a gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking, please?
What was Ishan Kishan thinking by saying, the ball did hit him in line?
Thank you.
Genuinely, they need a different wicket keeper.
Pitching outside off, impact is outside.
It's often said that's the worst review in the history of cricket. I think this one is a contender. I mean, the guy's essentially running down and across.
That's just
he's clips the pad, and they've gone for a leg before.
I mean, something's gone wrong with Hardik Pandya to just listen to him. They need Sanjay Samson to get the gloves on now. Probably he'll make a better judgment of it. And Ishan Kishan was so confident in saying that. It's unbelievable.
Well, India have wasted both reviews, and they really have wasted them. Single to long on from Tector. He moves to 8. He's going to run a ball. Tucker 1 from 2. We'll start at the 12th. Axar Patel, whose first over went for 7. His 1 over on Sunday went for 12. What an introduction to Test cricket he had, by the way, but obviously India haven't played a huge amount of cricket. Had a couple of tests against Sri Lanka, didn't they? Left arm around the wicket, and that's again comfortable single from Tucker. 121 for 3, Ireland.
Yeah, the irony is with that sort of a debut, he's still not a certain member in the Test squad, with Ravindra Jadeja and R. Ashwin being there. He's always going to be the third spinner.
Well, I mean, Ashwin didn't play a game last year, did
exactly.
he? It was absolutely incredible. Hit hard back past to Patel and has struck the umpire, who's worn that on his back, I think. He was too slow to get out of the way. Looks okay. But from a cricketing perspective, I think that might have prevented a 4. He's essentially been fielded by the umpire. Oh no, what's happened here? Actually, Axar has flung out a hand. He's actually got fingertips to it, and it's deflected back onto the umpire. So the umpire's alright. It wouldn't have gone for 4, but has saved a run.
Yeah, very lucky that it deflected onto his legs rather than to any other part of the body, which could be a bit more serious. So he's absolutely alright. Yeah, he's given his nod. No need for a physio to run outside and have a check. But Akshar Patel dropped a chance there.
Steps away, does Tucker. Patel follows him, cramps him for room, and he'll just take a single. So it was a dropped opportunity. It wasn't a bump ball.
He never looked like going for a catch. He just threw his arm very casually, not making an attempt to catch it.
It was a bit cold for that. Touch fuller, high on the bat of Tector. Kind of bumps this up to Huda, who earlier today hit his maiden T20 century, just the 4th Indian to do so in the shortest format of the game, well, apart from 100 and 10 over cricket. Steps away, does Tucker, cut away into the ground, and fielded pretty well actually. 124 for 3 at the end of the 12th, and that was a cheap over from Axar Patel. Kind of got away with it for that final ball. But here we are, Abhishek. 12 overs gone. Ireland, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this. They're actually still in this. They're more than in this. I mean, if it was England, say, you'd say they're favourites to go on.
102 of 8 overs is very doable. With wickets in hand and 2 good batters out there in the middle. As I said, small boundaries. Belter of a pitch. What else could you ask for in a T20 game? But still, it's going to be a long road ahead, because if they lose another wicket here, then it's going to be very difficult for Dockrell and Adair to come out there and get those runs. So they need at least a 50-55 run partnership between Tector and Tucker to get close to that target of 226.
Yeah, 50 from here. We're taken to 175, so within 50. Cut away, and that will be 4 by Sexter fielders. And that's the start to the over Ireland needed, really. Bishnoi, who's been dangerous, has already dismissed Paul Sterling. Took a catch as well to see off Balbirnie. The fielders up inside the circle. Kind of a backward point and short third. Tector moves to 14. Tossed up, and that was really pushed through at some speed, actually. Good take by Keishan.
Very good take. It was again a googly. He's not going to bowl a lot of leg spinners. He usually doesn't. He bowled a lot of googlies, a lot of sliders, a lot of straight deliveries in front of the hand. So as a batter, you should be prepared for those sort of deliveries rather than the leg spinner.
Oh, inside edge to past the leg stump. Fortune going the way of the batter. 4 runs added to the score. 132 for 3 Ireland, chasing 226, but he was beating all ends up there.
Yeah, fortune favours the brave, and he was being brave to play those big shots against Ravi Bishnoi, just missing the leg stump and running away for yet another boundary. 2 boundaries in the first 3 deliveries in this over.
94 needed from 45. This is flatter, quicker from Bishnoi. Played off the pads, deep in his crease, and another single, closer to what would be a record run chase for Ireland.
That'll be a huge boost for their confidence if they can get those 226 runs. And as I said earlier, even if they get that to that 200 mark, they'll be very happy.
Again, tossed up down the track and sweeps out to the fielder, just backward a square on the leg side for another single. Playing this over nicely. Large slice of fortune, midway point of it, but rotating strike. Picked up a couple of boundaries. And it's going to be, you picked out spin as going to be the real threat, especially when the field's spread. And they just about get, this is a poor ball as Bishnoi fires this down the leg side. Looks suspiciously at his grip on the bottom of his shoes. He'll have to bowl this one again. 135 for 3, 1 ball left of the 13th.
Yeah, again going for that googly, missing it completely on that occasion. Ravi Bishnoi, 91 required of 43 deliveries. Very doable. We keep saying that, but it is very doable.
Touch more air this time from Bishnoi, and there'll be no run to end over number 13, but Ireland are still going at over 10 and over. This is absolutely incredible here on talkSPORT 2. Ireland needed to get off to a good start. They did so thanks to Paul Stirling, his best innings against a top nation for quite some time. 40 from just 18. At one point, he hit 7 successive boundaries. It was an incredible start, especially when you consider it took Balbirnie 7 balls to get off the mark. However, 10 overs on, Stirling had gone, Balbirnie was still there. He was third man out, Balbirnie, 60 from 37. Now, though, if Ireland are going to get close, it's going to be 2 of the more unheralded names, Tector and Tucker at the crease. Tector, who top scored in the first T20 with 64 and put on 50 for the 4th wicket with Tucker. If they do that again, and they continue with this run rate, they're going to be close.
I think they need to break it down to 6s. I'll come back to that.
Well, we're going to see Umran Malik for the first time today. Now, there's so much talk about him. This is banged into the pitch by Malik and played straight on the pull by, who was that? Was that Tucker?
Yeah.
Either way, we spoke a lot about Malik, didn't we? There was all the hype, all the build-up, and in the end he only bowled 1 over, and it was expensive. It was all over the place as well.
It was. Again, going back to my point of breaking it down to boundaries, if they can manage to hit 6 sixes out of these 42 deliveries, then they would be left with 56 of 36 balls. And you add another 4 or 5 boundaries to win the game. I know it sounds very easy.
Oh, tell you what, it does the way you're putting it.
But that's the way you need to think when you're chasing these big totals.
Okay, Umran Malik, start of his 3rd over, advances down the track. It does Tector. There's a fielder, Shahal, is on the field. I wonder if has Axar Patel gone off the field possibly. Either way, it's fielded, and it's just a single to add to the score. 89 needed for 40 deliveries.
Yeah, I think that's the way the modern day coaches and the modern day captains and the players think. When it comes down to the last 5 or 7 overs, it's all about the boundaries, and you'll see that's why so many matches are won in nowadays, where they require 15, 17, 18 of the last 4 or 5 overs, but they do it with ease.
Malik is in, right arm over the wicket. This is angled down and across the batter. He's frustrated. He feels that he's missed out, but the umpire has signalled a wide.
I think soon what Imran Malik will understand or learn in international cricket or just cricket in general, that yes, pace is a very, very critical thing to have, is very important to have, but if you cannot execute your plans and you don't bowl the right ball, the pace itself is not going to be good enough to survive at the top level.
Absolutely. Tucker facing, he's wrapped on the pads again. There's a ball there to be hit, and maybe actually it was the pace on that occasion that was too good for the batter, because it was right in the slot, but way too late with the shot. By the time the bat had come down, the ball had already hit the pads and deviated off.
Yeah, that was he went for the big Yorker, but just didn't get the execution right. It was sort of a half volley, but because of the pace, he's bowled the fastest delivery in this game was 150 kilometers an hour, and it's a no ball.
I tell you what, Abhishek, it's a no ball. So a free hit. Can Ireland capitalise? I mean, 86 needed from 40. Umar Malik's 2.2 overs have gone for 24, and there's a free hit. He's clubbed away, should be fielded, and it is just a single, so not too expensive. But yeah, the point you make is absolutely correct, isn't it? You've got to have more to your game. And even looking at those speeds, doesn't appear to have a slower ball, does he?
Yeah, he hasn't bowled a slow delivery. He's tried a couple of short deliveries, which has often been very expensive. And on that occasion, again, a length delivery. But just the batter losing the bit of a shape, trying to hit it. So yeah, he needs to work on his variations. He's got all the pace in the world, but yeah, he just needs to work a bit more on his variations and his execution.
Malik down the leg side again. Well, inexperience showing here a little bit. Pressure of the situation. I mean, you talk about IPL all you like, and of course exposure is unheralded, but you put on that blue shirt of India.
It's a completely different story, and also the quality of flares you face in international cricket and IPL is a lot different. You get away a lot in the IPL because you still bowl a lot of deliveries to a very good domestic flares, but it's a different ball game out there.
Whoa, I tell you what, that's come off the bat, it's gone high. Has it gone far enough? No, it hasn't. Yuzvendra Chahal on as a substitute fielder, wearing a beanie, got possibly 3 tops on as well. Grimaces, blows his fingers, but the catch has been taken. Ireland lose their 4th. Tector has to go, and well, that's the comeback that Umar Malik needed, really. His first wicket for India, and it's one he'll long remember.
And he's shaking his finger in peak summer. What would happen if he played a game of cricket in England in April, John?
Well,
I mean, come on. The people who are rubbing sunscreen out there, and he's shaking his hand after taking a catch. Unbelievable stuff.
I hear it's quite hot in India. Can you confirm?
It's around 42 degrees, yeah.
Well, there you go. I don't think it's ever been 42 degrees in the history of Ireland.
Yeah. Oh, Yuzvendra Chahal is an absolute character. He's a great guy. He's an absolute character. Well, yeah, he's a great guy though. He's a lovely, lovely guy.
Well, that was a bit of a blow. And but a wicket for Umar Malik for the first time. Pitched up, and will it be 2? Well, I tell you what, for a second I thought it was. Heading towards the fielder, square of the wicket on the offside. But Tector weighs in with the boundary. It was there to be hit. He went for the shot, and really Ireland have to do that. Doesn't matter if they're losing wickets, they've just got to keep going. 80 needed now from 37.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford not to. They have to carry on going the way they are going. If it comes off, brilliant. If it doesn't, I think they still batted really, really well. The intent was there. It was very positive. Everyone laughing after. Look at you again watching the replay of the catch from. He really didn't want to. He didn't fancy the catch, but he had to.
Last ball of the third. Again, it's pitched up. This is played nicely off the pads. To Shahal again, that man who fields at mid-wicket. And that's the end of an eventful over. 14 gone. Ireland 147 for 4. That's 79 needed from 36. So where's your money? I mean, that wicket has obviously just dragged India back, the experience, and I think we'd all still be very, very surprised. But, you know, two a ball from here. This could be the making of Harry Tector.
Yeah, this could be the making of Harry Tector. He's on 26 of 19. But whatever happens, I think Ireland would be very proud with their performance. Yeah, the scorecard for India says 225. But anybody who saw the game, they would realize that they bowled really, really well. India got a bit lucky, but also at the same time, you got two very good players playing the best knock they've ever played in international cricket. So you cannot take anything away from Ireland, and they should be very proud with their performance in this game.
Absolutely. Abhishek Jhunjhunwala speaking there. Bishnoi is in, and this has been hauled up into the sky. A diving attempt from Sanju Samson, running around from long on. Full stretch, Superman style. He's put it down though. I think there's a touch of Hollywood about that one.
But I'll tell you something. That was more for the crowd than he was required. I think he could have easily taken that catch by running a couple more yards, but he just fancied a dive. There's so many Indians in the crowd watching. Watch it.
Oh, that was a full-on Hollywood dive there. It was like a goalkeeper. Billy the Fish there. Swivel, pull. One bounce fielded out deep at mid-wicket. Oh, this has been a brilliant T20 game of cricket. It really has.
He stopped and dived. He could have carried on running.
He's literally like double bounce. Yeah, that was definitely one for the cameras and the fans. Bishnoi's in and clears the front leg, and that has been smashed over extra cover. What an incredible shot. There was a lot of risk there, exposing all three stumps, but Tector, I think it was, has just absolutely smashed Bishnoi up and over, and that target has just come 6 runs nearer.
I can give you one outcome from this game, which is obvious and which is guaranteed to happen. Harry Tector is going to get an IPL contract next year.
I tell you what, so might Dockrell, because I've given that to the wrong batter, so apologies.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
That's even more incredible because it's gone to the new batter. This time it's all arms. Tempted smash to the offside and beaten past the outside edge. 70 needed from 33. Ireland 156 for 4. Wow, it's still on.
They're still on. Absolutely. If they can get a couple more boundaries in this over, this game is going down to the wire.
Steps away does Dockrell. Can't beat backward point. No, he does. There's a misfield. Will the ball reach the boundary? It has. Well, Dockrell thought that he was going to have to go for a dicey run. He was sent back. But the misfield has seen the ball through and away. And that's as bad as Paul Sterling's long barrier that we saw earlier, that Neil Manthorpe commentated on. And it's gone away to the boundary. 66 needed from 31, Abhishek. 160 for 4, Ireland. The last ball of Ravi Bishnoi is over.
Let's get another boundary here. Make it 60 or 5. That'll be brilliant for Ireland.
Flatter from Bishnoi. Smashed past the bowler. He dives to his left. And long off dives to his right. They can't stop the ball though. It's not 6 from the final ball. It's just 4. But incredibly, at the 15 over stage, this match is anybody's. Ireland needs 62 from 30. They're 164 for 4. And after a final word from Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, it'll be Neil Manthorpe and the former Ireland international, Kath Dalton, to call this one home.
This is just outstanding cricket. Last three deliveries have gone for 6-4-4. And that brings Ireland right back into the game. 62 required of 5. Doable. 4 wickets in hand. I think Harry Tector needs to do something special. First, to win the game for Ireland. Second, if he does that, he is going to end up getting a contract in the IPL.
I do like the sound of that. I'm sure Harry Tector likes the idea of that as well. Well. 62 off 5. And one big over of like 16, 18, 20. Let's not get too greedy. But one big over, and suddenly Ireland will find themselves in a position where they can start knocking it around and not looking for 2 boundaries and over.
This has just been an incredible run chase, and everyone who's come in so far has just kept it going. George Dockrell hitting a lovely shot in that last over cover for 4, over cover for 6. I mean, there's been some fabulous cricket shots on display here, and this is getting a bit nerve-wracking for these Indian players now.
Dead right. And amongst the many extraordinary things that has happened today, Bhuvneshwar Kumar's first 2 overs cost 29. And he's being brought back into the attack now. First delivery is full and straight and driven down the ground on the bounce. First bounce to Surya Kumar Yadav. Deepak Hooda, beg your pardon, and it's just a single. Well, George Dockrell couldn't hit the side of a barn door with his bat in the first game, and was deeply frustrated. Is now 14 off 4. Got nothing but sweet spot today.
Different man in this game. I know in the domestic competition George Dockrell's been in fine form with the bat this summer so far, and he's finally showing it, which is really good to see, and it also shows how good this pitch has been throughout the whole of this T20 today.
Here is Bhuvneshwar once more, full and leg stump, and flicked off his pads nicely to Akshar Patel at deep mid-wicket. This time just a single. George Dockrell, one of many cricketers who's been gradually retreaded. Began as a frontline left-arm spinner, never batted higher than 9, and now doesn't bowl in T20 cricket. Does still bowls in 50-over cricket, and he's bowled in one of 3 test matches Ireland have played. Here is Bhuvneshwar Kumar again, full and straight. He's got underneath it. 1 bounce 4, straight back over the bowler's head. Well, what is so extraordinary is that Bhuvneshwar Kumar's getting his length wrong.
He is. He's missed his Yorker there because I think he's gone a touch fuller to try and hit his Yorker, but Harry Tector, the young Harry Tector, just 22 years old, has just smashed him back over his head for 4 runs, and just shows the confidence these Ireland players have now got. Everyone who's come in has just kept this scoreboard accelerating, and a canter. Unbelievable. Lovely shot there by Harry Tector.
Terrific cricket shot. He's 34 off 23, 56 needed from 27 balls, and that's gone wrong again from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. That was also heading way down the leg side. Suddenly, where's all the swing that he was getting on Sunday? He had it on a piece of string. The ball was sort of an extension of his body on Sunday. He could do whatever he wanted with it. And suddenly, he's just been rattled.
It's Monday. Oh no, it's Tuesday.
Even worse. You expect Mondays to be bad. Tuesdays, you sort of, like
mediocre
ease
Tuesdays.
into the week. Here's Bhuvneshwar once again. Another one way down the leg side. And if he'd left it alone, Harry Tector, it would have been wide and possibly even 5 wides. It was that wide down the leg side, but it's hit him on the back leg. And they ran through for a leg by. Bhuvneshwar Kumar's all over the place.
I have never seen him this rattled before in a bowling spell. As we said earlier there, Neil, on Sunday, he was fabulous. He was almost textbook with his bowling, and just seeing the replay of Harry Tector almost playing an assist to someone in football to that delivery.
That's right, it's hit him on the back foot. Here is Bhuvneshwar once again up to the crease, bowls another one leg side half volley, flicked away for 4. Well, in good old English parlance, Bhuvneshwar Kumar is bowling pies, and they are being dispatched, and Harry Tector picks up another boundary. I can't believe I just said that. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is one of my favourite bowlers in the world when he's on form, but he's gone from brilliant, virtually unplayable 48 hours ago to bowling colloquial filth today. 16 overs gone, 174 for 4. Harry Tector 38 off 26. George Dockrell 15 off 5. Ireland need 226 to win. They're 174 for 4.
But doesn't that show you what pressure can do? If you're under pressure, even one of the best bowlers, I would say, certainly swing bowlers in short format cricket, in Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, he just lost his rag. He doesn't look like he has a plan to this. He's getting hit. He just bowled that last delivery. It was a leg stump half volley, and Harry Tector just worked it away for a lovely boundary. It's just incredible scenes.
52 off 4 overs.
Well,
they should win it. The chasing team should win that.
With wickets in hand as well. That's the thing. If you've got wickets in hand, with only 4 wickets down here, Ireland, you've got people to come in, which gives you that licence to just keep going. And I'm trying to stay impartial here, but I find it very challenging.
You don't need to do that. That's my job. You are a former Ireland international. We don't expect impartiality from you. Harshal Patel is back into the attack, and he bowls a full toss, and it's gone down the leg side. He backed away, gave himself some room, did George Dockrell, so it won't be called a wide. But that's the 3rd time Harshal Patel has bowled. That was perilously close to being another no ball. It was almost waist height. He's got away with it to dot ball.
You know, I thought that was going to be a no ball. That came up out of his hand. Another slow ball by Harshal, and we know how good he is normally at controlling his mix-up. Do
you think that was his knuckleball?
Oh, yeah, difficult to tell because knuckleball is such a small change in grip, isn't it? So, potentially just got that wrong.
Here's Patel once again. Another full toss, another slap down the ground. It's gone straight back over the bowler's head and all the way into the crowd for 6.
Wow. This is absolutely incredible. What a fantastic cricket shot that was.
George Dockrell has 21 for 7. And Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and Harshal Patel, death over specialists, are looking like they've never done the job before.
Oh, wow. This is an unbelievable shot by George Dockrell. And as we said earlier on Sunday, he wasn't in great form, and he's just bunted that back down the ground for another 6. The wheels are coming off here for India, and they're having a long chat now. Hardik's coming over to his bowler. They're trying to work out a plan, and sometimes this just upsets the rhythm of batters. Sometimes this is a tactical thing by captains, just to upset the rhythm of George Dockrell here.
Kath, I don't know about the wheels coming off. I think the back of the car is being dragged along the motorway with sparks flying out the back. The wheels came off 4 or 5 overs ago.
Stop describing my car.
I mean, honestly, Hardik Pandya is desperately trying to calm everybody down. We've got a long break in play here. The umpire's having a chat about something, maybe rearranging dinner plans, because this is going to be quite a late finish. And Hardik Pandya is talking to Harshal Patel. There's a complete rearrangement of the field, a change of tactic, a change, just slowing everything down, trying to take a deep breath, everybody. We're India. This is Ireland. They need 46 off 22 balls for one of the most remarkable upsets in T20 international history. 6 off the over. And, well, I tell you what, Ireland have now struck 12 sixes in total, which is the same number as India hit. And often the team which hits the most sixes wins.
Yeah, that's right. Normally it's the most boundaries, isn't it? The boundary count, if that's higher, you normally win a game of cricket.
It used to be the team that gave up more dot balls.
It did.
But now it's actually
boundaries.
Yeah, it's a more accurate gauge, isn't it?
Yeah, boundaries are key in T20 cricket. That's why we saw earlier with Balbirnie hitting all those boundaries, and that really put a dent in this very big score by India. But Ireland are chasing it at the moment.
Quite amazing, quite remarkable. Okay, Harshal Patel's going round the wicket, and he bowls another full toss. Not going to help the angle if you bowl full tosses, which is what he has done there, and it's driven down the ground to long on just for a single. Dockrell moves up to 22. 22 off 8 balls, mind you. Harry Tector has 38 off 26. So That was a long tactical. I reckon it was close to 3 minutes there after 2 balls of the over, and a total rearrangement of tactics.
Yeah, really long meeting. Wonder what difference this will make to India's plans here. What Harshal will look to bowl. I mean, these guys have played in the IPL. They've played plenty of games of cricket that have come down to the wire like this. So you think they draw on that experience now. 45
off 21 balls. Harshal Patel in bowls a very wide delivery outside the off stump, which I have to say Harry Tector does extremely well to reach. Again, if he'd left it alone, it would easily have been a wide. But I think the adrenaline is affecting the ability to think clearly here, and he has managed to somehow squeeze it out to Axar Patel on the cover boundary.
Yeah, he just picked out that cover boundary fielder, but the fact that he's still just going, he's still brave enough to keep hitting his shots. As I said earlier, only 22 years old. He's a young guy, and he's going nicely, and Dockrell's supporting him magnificently well at the moment, but Harshal needs to work out what his game plan is here, because I'm struggling to work out what it is.
Well, whatever it is, he hasn't gone from A to B, he's gone from A to F. That's a wide delivery outside the off stump. Is it called a wide? No, it's not. And George Dockrell looks to the heavens and scowls at the umpire. Well, it's the change of angle, as long as you're pitching the ball, and it's a little off-cutter, and I have to say that's a wide for me, looking at the replay.
Yeah, that looked like a wide. It wasn't a big off-cutter that he'd bowl from round the wicket to George Dockrell, because Dockrell's been hitting really well straight and into that leg side, so he's trying to stop him hitting that way. Oh, I think that should have been a wide.
Yeah, surely. 44 needed off 19 balls. 3 overs left after this. 44 runs needed. Ireland 182 for 4 in reply to India's 225 for 7. Harshal Patel in once more, and he's gone high and straight towards long off, and I think he's gone all the way. He's hit it for 6. What a brilliant strike from George Dockrell. That's a magnificent piece of cricket from George Dockrell. He compensated for the change of angle in the bowler. He took a step outside the off stump. He managed to get the elevation on a very full length delivery, and then still hit it straight for 6. That's a brilliant piece of batting from George Dockrell. And once again, it has put Ireland, I don't know whether I can actually say this, it's put them in control. They should be. They probably don't feel like they're in the driving seat, but they should be.
I feel like they are in the driving seat here, and that was almost a carbon copy delivery by Harshal Patel there. And Dockrell just knew exactly what he wanted to do. He's looking to hit straight quite a lot, as we're seeing in his innings so far, and he cleared the boundary at mid-off. What a lovely shot that was. Ireland in the ascendancy here.
38 off 3 overs. Bhuvneshwar Kumar is going to bowl his last, and that's way
Yeah.
It's not like it's swinging uncontrollably. He's bowling cross seam, and just everything's going down the leg side. Here's Bhuvneshwar Kumar once again. Can he get this one right? No, he can't. Leg stump half volley, smashed down the ground and caught. Deepak Hooda takes the catch. Harry Tector's gone. It wasn't a wicket-taking ball. At least it didn't deserve to take a wicket. It's just a massive piece of mistiming. He maybe tried to hit it too hard, Harry Tector. But the 22-year-old goes for a very fine 39 from only 28 deliveries. Once again, that ball was heading down the leg side from Bhuvneshwar Kumar, and it was a half volley. It deserved to be hit for 6, and it's brought him a wicket. Deepak Hooda takes the catch, and Ireland are 189 for 5.
Harry Tector with a wonderful knock. I know he's going to be massively disappointed not to see Ireland over the line there. But 39 of 28 deliveries, just 28 deliveries. A miss-hit really into the outfield and should have gone all the way. Leg stump half volley, and Had he just kept going through that shot a little bit longer, I reckon that would have cleared the rope as well. But he's done a great job, and Mark Adair, who's next in, can also hit it a long way. So I still feel this run chase is still on for Ireland.
Here is Bhuvneshwar Kumar to George Dockrell. Yorker right up in the block hole. That's a much better delivery from Bhuvneshwar Kumar. I'm assuming that he deliberately bowled that on a line of leg stump because the batsman had taken a step towards the leg side. And but Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who was brilliant in the series against South Africa a couple of weeks ago, and was unplayable 48 hours ago in the first game, which was reduced to 12 overs a side. Started off with a wicket maiden. At the moment, he's all over the place. And 37 needed from 16 balls. Ireland 189 for 5. Here's Bhuvneshwar once again up to the crease. Bowls another leg side delivery. Low full toss this time. And it's driven towards Surya Kumar Yadav on the long off boundary. Well, Dockrell has to take charge now. Well, take charge. He's got 29 off 12. That is taking charge.
It's 2 overs he's faced, effectively. But it's the Ireland batters here look like they're trying to get inside the line. And I just wondered if they keep their ground and just go with the leg side deliveries, whether they'll have more joy. Having said that, Bhuvneshwar Kumar's already gone for 41 off 3.3 overs. But just the last couple of balls, I feel like they're trying to get too much inside the line where, as you have said, some deliveries now have been going down the leg side.
Part of the reason I think is that short third is in the circle and close. That's Bhuvneshwar Kumar again hits the pads and he appeals for leg before wicket. I don't know why it wasn't missing. It was missing a second set down the leg side. But that can rattle some bowlers, can't it? When third is inside the circle, they do tend to go very straight because they don't want to be sliced past third to the boundary, and that's why he's so leg-side-ish.
Yeah, absolutely, but I still feel like you need to back yourself. If he's bowling down the leg side, and they're not big boundaries here at Malahide, back yourself to clear the rope and hit it. Mark Adair is certainly one who can do that.
Suddenly it looks a bit more difficult. 36 off 14, it looks very much more difficult. Low full toss, leg side again, leg stumpish, and driven down the ground to Deepak Hooda at long on, and they go through for a single. Mark Adair is off the mark. George Dockrell 29 off 12. Suddenly 2 overs ago Ireland were in charge, they were in the driving seat, and now suddenly they need 35 off 13 balls.
Yeah, things can change very quickly in T20 cricket. Having said that, this ball then goes for a boundary and they start the next over very well. Who knows?
Bhuvneshwar once again a full toss, this time about shin height, driven down the ground, beats long off at long on, and they picked up another 4. Unfortunately for Ireland, it means that George Dockrell is not on strike for the beginning of the penultimate over. But 31 are required off 12. That's nothing that a 6 or 2 can't sort out. But so India needs to defend 15 and a half and over for 2 overs.
You'd think with this India bowling lineup that would be a walk in the park almost. With the amount of experience and skill that these bowlers have. Having said that, Harshal Patel, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, who's now bowled out, they haven't executed their plans at all very well. So who do you go to if you're Hardik Pandya here? Who is the man who's going to step up to the plate and make sure you finish off this job? Ireland's perspective, being the underdog, you've got freedom to just keep going. They're not expected to win this game, so the fact that they've got this close, they'll be pleased with.
Harshal Patel has 1 over left, but he's going to bowl the 19th. Choice for the 20th is really interesting. Umran Malik, would you really go with the pace man? Here is Harshal Patel, bowls wide outside the off stump, and it is wide. He's gone round the wicket once again. We've seen him do it in the IPL a few times. It's really, really hard. I mean, from round the wicket, you aim for off stump, and the angle is going to... You're always running the risk of bowling a wide.
Yeah, it's a steep angle when you come round the wicket to a right-hander. you've got less margin for error.
30 runs off 12 balls. Harshal Patel remains around the wicket. Bowls to Mark Adair, who walks across to the off stump, give himself some hitting space, and finds Sanju Samson at long on, and they trot through for an uncontested single. 29 from 11 balls for an historic T20 international victory for Ireland. One of the great upsets it would be in the history of this format. And there are around about 7,000 Indian supporters in the crowd who have gone very quiet and doing a lot of nail biting. As a full toss from Harshal Patel is launched to Sanju Samson on the bounce for a single by Mark Adair.
Yeah, George Dockrell was disappointed there, hanging his head in shame a little bit from that full toss that could have gone the distance. Should have gone the distance in the form that he's been in, and the way he's been hitting this cricket ball.
Dockrell moves to 34 off 14 balls. Fantastic innings. That's another full toss from Harshal Patel, and it's punched back over the bowler's head, and it beats Hardik Pandya, who's brought himself inside the circle at mid-off. And it was a complete mishit by Mark Adair, let's be honest. It's come off the splice of the bat. He's got just enough wood on it to pick up 4.
This is absolutely remarkable. I mean, horrendous delivery. Full toss, and it got the treatment it deserved, even though he mistimed it. But Harshal Patel is completely missing his line and length here.
Completely. Here's Patel again. Oh, swung away on the leg side. He's got all of it. Mark Adair, 6 runs over deep square leg. Ireland moved to 208 for 5. The impossible has become not just likely, but very likely.
Oh my goodness, what a shot that was. A magnificent shot. A big blow. And I'm not sure the crowd know what to do here.
What a shot from Mark Adair. New to the crease. He's hit a 4 and a 6. He's 12 not out from 5 balls. Ireland are 208 for 5. The victory target is 226. We still have 8 balls remaining. 18 runs required from 8 balls. Here's Harshal Patel. Not a full toss. Punched out towards deep square leg. It'll be cut off by Surya Kumar Yadav on the bounce. It's raining full tosses from Bhuvneshwar Kumar and Harshal Patel. Full toss after full toss. Very close to being a no ball as well, that one. 17 needed from 7 balls.
What is Harshal Patel doing here? He's completely gone. I've never seen an international bowler at the death bowl consecutively full tosses, ball after ball after ball. This is incredible.
Last ball of the 19th over. Here's Harshal Patel round the wicket again. He finally lands a Yorker at just the right time. If that ball had gone for 4, India was staring defeat in the face. They might still lose it, but Ireland now needs 17 to win off the last 6 balls. Delighted to say that Abhishek Jujunwala has still got breath in his lungs, despite the excitement and the unexpected possibility of this result.
I mean, this is an extraordinary game of cricket. What a game of cricket. I don't remember the last time I've seen such an exciting match. And unbelievable. Who would have thought that Ireland would even get anywhere close to the target of 226?
Well, it wasn't John Norman, that's for sure.
And here they are with a real chance of winning this game. 17 of 6. It all depends on the first 2 deliveries. If they can get a boundary or 2, I'm telling you, Umran Malik, with all his inexperience, he's gonna tremble out there.
For the Sunrisers Hyderabad in the IPL, he was on the wrong side of defending 22 off the last over.
He was. Unfortunately, Rashid Khan got a better off him in that game.
He couldn't defend 22, and now he's got to defend 17 or 16.
I don't like the third man being inside the 30-yard circle with his third being inside the 30-yard circle with his pace.
Here we go, 6 balls to go, 17 needed. Here's Umran Malik. Only bowls a dot ball length just outside the off stump, swing and a miss from Mark Adair. You cannot do that. You've got to get something on it. George Dockrell's stranded at the non-striker's end on 34 off 15.
Yeah, exactly what Abhishek just said. If you're bowling outside off stump, you've got to get something on that because there's no third in place. That would have raced away to the boundary, but it's a dot ball for India.
Massive dot ball. I mean, that is huge. Now suddenly it's 17 of 5. They got to have a boundary in this over.
Oh, Imran Malik 3 yards away from his delivery stride, and suddenly he realises that Ishan Kishan, the keeper, is still signalling to somebody on the deep square leg boundary, wants him a bit straighter.
Looks like he's trying to land a plane there, Ishan Kishan.
Why is Ishan Kishan setting the field? Isn't that Hardik Pandya's job?
It's a good question. Maybe he can see the angles better.
Yeah, that's true. Here is Imran Malik then to re-bowl, or to actually try and bowl the second delivery. 17 needed off 5 balls, and Malik is in. Oh, that's excellent. Length outside the off stump. I'm afraid Mark Adair has to take responsibility for missing 2 in a row, but those 2 deliveries have changed the match.
But sometimes that's what pace can do. A bit of extra pace. Maybe he's not used to playing 140, 145 kilometers an hour. Both of those deliveries were length deliveries, and no ball.
It's a no ball.
Oh my God, Imran Malik.
So I was right about those 2 deliveries possibly changing the course of the match, but not in the direction I thought. He's bowled a no ball. Would you believe it? It's the 3rd one he's bowled. Now a free hit. Suddenly, it's all changed once again, and now 16 required off 5 balls, with a free hit to come. Suddenly, it's changed completely.
Does he go for a slower delivery or go for a big booming Yorker here? Imran Malik. Yorker would be a good option.
Here is Imran Malik. Bowls, and it's full and straight and smashed through cover for 4. He's lashed it through cover for 4. Mark Adair missed 2 balls in a row. But perhaps when it really matters, he's thumped this one through extra cover for 4.
That's smoked. Absolutely smoked through extra cover. No one moved. Oh, what a shot. Now 12 of just 4 deliveries.
12 off 4, 3 boundaries, and Ireland will have beaten India for the first time in their history. Mark Adair suddenly has 17 off 9. George Dockrell is the non-striker's end of 34 off 15. 12 runs needed off 4 balls. Earlier, Ireland made a flying start with Paul Stirling making 40 off 18 balls and Captain Andy Balbirnie 60 off 37. India made 225 for 7 with 100 from Deepak Hooda. Here's Imran Malik. He's top-edged it over short third, down to the boundary for 4. It was always a risk with the pace of Imran Malik having third inside the boundary, and it's a top edge down to the boundary. 8 needed off 3.
Oh my goodness, Mark Adair, he's missed the first 2 deliveries. He smashed one through the covers, and now he's had one of those classic top edges that flies over third for 4. What a game of cricket this is. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what this is gonna mean to Ireland cricket, to all those kids who are jumping and watching this game.
They haven't got there yet. 8 off 3. Oh, a swing and an inside edge down to short fine leg, fielded by Bhuvneshwar Kumar, and it's only a single, and it will be George Dockrell now to take Ireland to victory if they can do it. 7 needed off 2.
This is just unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable cricket from Ireland. What they have done so far, I mean, they deserve to win. They deserve to win this game. An edge could be the best option here to again get an edge over the third for another boundary or past the third. 2 deliveries, 7 to win.
We're told the playing conditions do stipulate a super over in the event of a tie.
It does.
7 needed off 2 balls. Here we go. It's Imran Malik to George Dockrell. He finds the perfect Yorker down the leg side. They're running a bye to the keeper. It's just a single. Well bowled, Imran Malik. He might have been loose and wayward, But when it really mattered, well, they still need 6 off the last ball to win the game, so it still really matters. But that was a very fine delivery.
Oh, what a fantastic delivery this is by Umar Malik. Under pressure, under huge amounts of pressure. When you felt it was going towards Ireland, he's produced a wonderful Yorker there, and unplayable Yorker, really.
Right, Umar Malik, never mind pace. You need to make sure that this ball, your foot is behind the line, and that the batsman can't get underneath it.
This will be his 100-mile-an-hour delivery now, Neil, you said that.
Here he is, last ball of the game. Ireland needs 6 to win. Umran Malik is in. It's smashed over towards cover. It'll be fielded on the cover boundary. Ravi Bishnoi fields it, and Umran Malik has defended 17 in the last over. Ireland needed 226 for victory. They've finished on 221 for 5. India have won an extraordinary game of cricket by 4 runs in the grounds of Malahide Castle, just outside Dublin. Ireland within 4 runs of one of the most historic wins in T20 international history, never mind their own. But India have done it. They breathe a deep, deep sigh of relief. Ireland so close, but no cigar.
This has been an extraordinary game of cricket, and again I would say the same thing. They should be so very proud of their performance with both bat and ball, and they would take a lot of positives. It's going to do wonders for the Irish cricket going forward, because they've inspired so many young boys and girls to take up the sport by putting up a performance like this. This is just unbelievable from Ireland.
Massive smile on the face of standing coach VVS Laxman, but it's a smile of relief, isn't it?
It certainly is a smile of relief, but as Abby said, what a fantastic game of cricket. Fair play to both sides. We've seen some unbelievable cricket shots. We've seen some awful bowling as well, but we've seen some great bowling spells too, and fair play to Ireland. What a performance. This will go down, even though they've lost this game, this will go down as one of the performances that you remember as an Irish cricket fan. So, wonderful cricket, and I think this is just going to set them up going forward.
You know, Ireland induced a massive wheel wobble amongst the Indian bowlers, and Bhuvneshwar Kumar and Harshal Patel, who have done this for years. They've bowled in the slog overs and they've bowled power play overs, but they were rattled from immediately. And Paul Sterling hit 9 boundaries in a row in his 40 from 18 balls, and they just kept going, Ireland. They kept going. Harry Tector 39 off 28, and George Dockrell finishing unbeaten with 34 off 16. India were rattled, and it goes to show not just the potential of Ireland as a cricketing nation, but it goes also to show that any team, any bowler, no matter how good or experienced, can be rattled in this format.
Yeah, I mean, you put them under pressure, and if you play the brand of cricket Ireland did today, you can put pressure on any bowler. Doesn't matter how much experience they have, what they have done in international cricket over the last 5, 7, 10 years. But the moment you play cricket like that, that brand of cricket where you're positive, you come out with intent, there is no fear of losing. And they had nothing to lose in this game, to be fair to Ireland. But still, you got to come out there and play with the intent they did. You're going to put a lot of pressure on a lot of top sides in the world. And that's exactly what they did. And kudos to them, to be honest. It's just... It's a shame that they didn't win it, because they should have won this game. But, yeah, I mean, I don't have enough words for the performance they put in.
But there is an increasing move now amongst teams at domestic and international level to only look at the win-lose column, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think you got to be selfless. Yes, the personal records are great, but at the end of the day, if your personal record is going to lose the team a game of cricket, I don't think many people will take it lightly. So you've got to be a bit selfless. Yes, everyone loves a bit of a landmark, but at the same time, getting those landmark, the team costs will still come first, not your individual stats.
Do you know, I did think about that retired out. I'm going to give you a summary of the way the whole match unfolded in just a moment. But it did occur to me, as well as Deepak Hooda was playing, there were still 4 overs to go, and he was in the 90s. And I thought, you know what? I'll just wonder. I mean, they're all capable of ridiculously quick scoring, but you know, with Hardik Pandya and Dinesh Karthik and Surya Kumar Yadav all waiting to come in, and Sanju Samson also not quite at his most fluent at the top of the order, it did just occur to me whether we might see an international retired out with sort of 3 overs to go. That was, but yeah.
Yeah, that's very unlikely. I mean, when you've got players like Sanju Samson and Deepak Hooda who are striking the ball at a decent pace, yes, in the context of the game, that could have been very expensive for India if they lost this game. Because then they would have really done a lot of scrutiny and said, yeah, we could have gone 240 or 235 where they were 10 or 15 runs short. Just because Deepak Hooda slowed down a little bit. It's still an unbelievable knock. But yeah, if you look at the bigger picture, he could have really cost this game for the side.
Okay, as promised, a reminder of what happened. India won the toss, Hardik Pandya, and decided to bat first. And there was, amongst all the other highlights, the highest partnership for any wicket by India in a T20 international between Sanju Samson and Deepak Hooda, who came in at number 3 after the early loss of Ishan Kishan. Eventually, Sanju Samson went for 77, Deepak Hooda 104. And here's another remarkable statistic that we didn't make very much of. In a total of 225 for 7, India had 3 first ballers. 3 first ball noughts as they rather tailed away. 225 for 7, the best of the bowling. Mark Adair 3 for 44, and Josh Little and Craig Young took 2 wickets apiece, 2 for 38 and 2 for 35. Ireland then made a flying start thanks to Paul Stirling's 40 off 18 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes. Andy Balbirnie, the skipper, made 60 from 37 balls, 3 fours and 7 sixes. Harry Tector continued his glorious form. He was unbeaten 64 in the first game on Sunday, followed by 39 from 28 balls today. But in the end, George Dockrell's unbeaten 34 from 16 balls, and Mark Adair's 23 from 12, falling just 4 runs short of a tie, 5 runs short of winning the game. Hopefully, Kath Dalton and Abhishek Jhunjhunwala, it will this kind of a result, and we've said this so many times before, will lead to a willingness and a desire to schedule more games like this. It's 2 T20 internationals. India have come over to England to do some, the serious business of finishing off last summer's Test series, but it's just been fabulous entertainment.
What it does show you, these teams, particularly Ireland, are up to task, and we've only seen 2 T20s here. I'd love to have seen a third, just to see what would happen. And it shows you there is talent in Ireland. There are good players in Ireland, and the more exposure they have to these top level players, the closer they will get to them. And Ireland lost this game by 1 ball. If one of those deliveries in the first innings by an Ireland bowler didn't go for 6, they won the game. If they hit 1 more 6 in that innings, they win the game. And that's how small a margin today was. And that should really, give this team a lot of confidence, and give other sides a lot of confidence who aren't an India or an England or Australia or all these big sides. And they can do it. It can be a wonderful contest. We had 2 sellout crowds the last 2 games as well. So there is a drive for it, and there is people wanting to see it.
And final word, Abhishek, those who say that this is a disaster for India and it'll rattle their confidence, etc., blah blah, I think that's nonsense. I think this Indian team will applaud Ireland and say, well done, everyone's allowed to play well. We managed to pull through, and they'll move on. This is no catastrophe.
No, I think that's not catastrophe at all. And as you said, they're going to pat the back of Irish players and said, very well done and very well played, and move on. And yeah, they will obviously look back and think about things they could have done better. They could have bowled a lot better. A lot of freebies were offered because some poor bowling from Bhuvneshwar Kumar and Harshal Patel, and that happened because the pressure they were put into by the Irish batters, not taking anything away from the Irish batters. But yeah, they're not gonna get too bogged down with this performance. But they're gonna look at areas where they can improve.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of these two T20 internationals. Remember that we'll bring you more of Ireland's T20 2022 home fixtures this summer with the white ball series against both New Zealand and South Africa, all live and exclusive here on talkSPORT 2. We're going to leave you now. That's the team here, Kath Dalton, Abhishek Jujunwala, John Norman and myself, Neil Manthorpe, with highlights of what has been an extraordinary and memorable day's cricket, and after that you'll be able to hear our dedicated cricket show, The Cricket Collective.
First delivery, cut away. Wow, I say cut, I might be being slightly kind to the batter. This was an outside edge which was flown past first slip and away for 4. As Adair is in and down the track and caught behind, and he's taken the edge and the keeper's done the rest. India lose their first wicket. They're 13 for 1.
And richly deserved this by Mark Adair.
15 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2 as it's banged in, and Huda says thank you very much for that.
That's short, pulled up into the air, out towards deep mid-wicket and all the way.
Sanjay Samson again, just using the depth of the crease, going really, really deep back into his crease and pulling it over long on.
Drag down, and that's a help fit yourself kind of shot. Back-to-back sixes, 15 overs in. And India are going to go way in excess of 200 this afternoon here on talkSPORT 2.
Here is Mark Adair, he's bowling right, jump round the wicket and he hits the base of off stump and he's got a wicket. And that has ended the highest ever partnership for any wicket for India in a T20 international. Here's Josh Little, bowls to Huda, who pushes it into the offside, sets off for the easy single, which brings him his maiden T20 international 100. Last ball, he's shown exactly what could. Oh, he's caught it in deep mid-wicket. George Dockrell takes the catch. And Akshar Patel's gone first ball.
Just enjoy it. What? Or you could just smash it for 6, which is exactly what Paul Sterling's just done. Hardick's in short, and Sterling is onto that in a flash. 6 from the bat, 25 without loss. He's continuing. That is, incredibly, his 5th successive boundary.
That is unbelievable batting again.
Pitching outside, impact outside, off stump, bowled him this time. Bit of a wild hoik from Paul Sterling at the end of a remarkable innings of 40 from 17 balls. Here is Umran Malik once again up to the crease now, bowls short, pulled away, hooked for 6. First delivery. Andy Balbirnie's hit his 5th 6.
He's raining 6s today.
Just amazing. He hasn't hit a 4.
Down to one knee, hoisted up and over, and into the crowd for 6. And I think he spilt a gentleman with a white shirt's drink as well.
That's an unbelievable batting from Balbirnie again.
Patel is in. Oh, that's clubbed away again. Straight to the fielder. Short wide. It was a drag down. If the batter had left it alone, it would have been called a wide. And he's picked out the fielder.
Wonderful knock. 60 of 37 deliveries from the skipper, Balbirnie.
Patel again. Oh, swung away on the leg side. He's got all of it. Mark Adair. 6 runs over deep square leg. Ireland moved to 208 for 5. And now 16 required off 5 balls with a free hit to come. Here is Umran Malik. Bowls and it's full and straight and smashed through cover for 4. He's lashed it through cover for 4. Here he is, last ball of the game. Ireland needs 6 to win. Umran Malik is in. It's smashed over towards cover. It'll be fielded on the cover boundary. Ravi Bishnoi fields it, and Imran Malik has defended 17 in the last over.
Your home of live sport.
This is talkSPORT 2. People ask me why I'm always installing Samsung Aircon. Well, take their wind-free range. Its clever tech spreads cool air evenly around the room, keeping you cool without blasting you with icy cold air. What's more, you can control your Samsung Aircon with your smartphone, and you'll even get a 7-year warranty. It's the ideal cooling solution for any home or office.
Search Samsung Aircon to find your cool.
I'm Julius Caesar, an emperor, not a tradesperson. But if I was, I'd be on Checkatrade. 8 out of 10 homeowners surveyed would choose a tradesperson from Checkatrade over one that isn't. And they guarantee your work for a year. So apply today. Up to £1,000, T's and C's apply.
Good evening, night workers. This is the last train home, calling us a job well done and ready for bed via 6 McNuggets or a warm apple pie. Our final destination, as always, is home. Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight. See mcdonalds.com for opening times.
The all-new Toyota BZ4X. You might think it's like any other electric car, but you'd be surprised where it can take you. Beyond the city, beyond roads, beyond what you thought possible. Because the BZ4X isn't just an electric car. It's Toyota's ultimate all-electric SUV.
Freedom. Welcome back to Name That Engine Tune. 2 local garages are 1 question away from earning a place on the Green Flag Network. Final tune. Kipford Autos?
Shredded Sunbelt.
Bolton Breakdowns.
That's the sweet sound of a failing alternator.
Bolton Breakdowns takes the green flag.
Oh, brilliant!
Only first-rate rescuers get to join our local breakdown network. Only the best get the green flag.
Magic is a place like nowhere else. Magic is Cinderella Castle and meeting Mickey and Minnie. Magic is yours at Walt Disney World Resort in Florida. Book your 2023 package by the 27th of July and receive up to $1,200 dining and merchandise credit per room. A 14-day ticket for the price of 7, plus $200 Disney spending money. Book now at disneypackages.co.uk. Participating Disney Resort hotels for selected 2023 arrivals only. Conditions, exclusions and length of stay requirements apply.
Your website shows your honest work and your hard-won reputation, but your rapidly expanding name must be broadcast across the nation. You've got your prices tweaked up fine. You've got awesome sales support. Now all you need's an ad campaign from the team here at talkSPORT. Find out what we can do for you at advertiseontalksport.com.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. This is Following On TalkSPORT 2.